you did.
What's going on, everybody? It's that mad black guy coming to you live. Another
No way,
no-man's
that's your
sky.
intro, bro.
Yeah,
Mad Black coming at you live. That's fucking hilarious, bro.
I mean, it's a live stream, so.
Fucking
Load of this guy.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be using Warden.
And look at this guy fucking putting on a fake voice for the fucking thing. Guarantee you won't remember to do that shit in 5 minutes. You're gonna sound fucking retarded. They're gonna be like, yo, you're a different person? Is there a different person? Nah, this nigga trying to put on a fucking... As soon as the camera started. As soon as the camera started, my man said, hold up. I'm gonna change my whole cadence, bruh. I done turned into Kratos out here, motherfucker. Like, yo, come on, bro, chill. Who are you?
That man said,
Boy, get a load of this, dude.
that was fucking hilarious, bro. Yo, Black, the fact that you noticed it, bro. I didn't even realize.
I call that shit out all the time. I do it in real life too. If I'm having a conversation with a dude and then a chick walks up and then his voice gets deeper, I'll be like, yo, bro, come on. Come on, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Or when they try to get all bully-like, when they try to be like, they put their hand around your shoulder, or they try to little boy, like, who the fuck? Or they try to start clowning, or their whole demeanor just changes when a bitch comes around. I hate that shit. Like, yo, bro, don't do that.
I'm guilty of the what's the name part? The voice getting deeper. I don't do it on purpose though. It's like first nature. I don't know why.
Can't trust none of these bitches. Can't trust none of these hoes. This ain't no homo, nobody's home.
Ooh, smacked his ass.
They put me right where I belong. I'm all about my Cusetta Mozzarella
Jeremy just got my
provolone.
first kill.
I said fuck her for an hour long. Oh, let's do it. Oh, let's do it. See, I could sing the fucking song. As long as I don't play the actual song, I'll be alright.
You can't even sing the song most of the time.
No, you can't sing the song and be good at it. I know I'm not good at singing.
You can't sing the song what?
You can't sing the song and be good at it. No one's gonna copyright strike a bad cover. Like, someone's just sitting here singing a song like a regular person, but if I actually had a voice and I actually started doing the song, or if I actually like had a beat to rap over and I actually started rapping all of his lyrics, that's no longer me just be like, oh yeah, let me
No, somebody like, I'm trying to think what video it was, because I remember the shit that got copyrighted. The dude, I think it was like Ariana Grande, and dude like 34, 31, and then the shit got copyrighted.
I mean, it probably got a quick strike, but that doesn't mean that it
strike doesn't mean it got copyrighted. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Like, so what happens is, like I said, if you're too good at covering, the automated YouTube system will hear your voice, compare it to Rihanna's or whoever it is you're covering, and be like, this sounds a lot like them. We should probably put out a strike on this song. And then, yeah. That's how it usually works. Oh, this is a big system. I like this.
Jared, what are you doing?
Whatever he wants.
Are you down here shooting drones, or are you gonna like get a weird spawn peak whenever the match starts?
Oh, freighter battle. Oh, these are the Geks. You're not fucking with no Geks.
It looks like there's somebody coming to your door from what I saw. I think Amaru was on the second floor. Just saying, Jerem, watch your back. I know, I heard Amaru ziplining, but I don't know where she is. Need help?
I do not. I don't even know where they are. What up, Geck? Look at this little Geck hat.
Jerem, do me a favor, look down here and see if there's somebody on those stairs, because our teammates just died from there. Bro, Amaru is in the fucking behind the bar. Alibi got her.
Okay, so that's what I need to be out here doing. I need to be out here
If you watch
killing.
Keep him there, please. Never mind, you got it. Fucking goated. Damn, Germ. Little try hard. Little nasty ass headshot.
I didn't want to have to do him like that, but shit.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
You
had
change your
fun
voice.
doing
Bitch
that.
ass, no stupid at now,
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, see, I told you was gonna forget about that shit.
That's funny. That's hilarious. No, don't lose. I have to wait for him to. Did you just leave without me?
There's a streamer that streams with Kai Cenat that does that dumb shit. That shit is funny. But his voice, he changes it up completely. I forget, but he does his voice change up. It's hilarious.
Cause I'm thinking of people who stream with Kai, and I can't That song is stung in my head now. Nah, fuck no, it's not Duke. Hell no. I don't think it is.
We're in the pilot system, baby.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need all that booty.
Oh shit, I bought a Rooney? What the fuck?
Yeah, I have a Rooney too.
I ain't asked you all that.
Oh wait, yeah, no, I do have a Rooney. I thought you might have zombie. A Rooney's kind of nice though.
A zombie? I like a zombie too. But
A Rooney, the only thing that sucks is that the low P10 Rooney only has 15 shots.
yeah, that gun is like fucking.
Nigga, you only need 3.
It only has like 10 shots. No, that gun does like 26 damage. So
It does, yeah, but it does hit for 26. So as long as you're hitting your shots, you're good. But if you're missing, that's fucking tough.
Sucks for you, bro. Why are we back in that team deathmatch? We just did so well. What is this? Bro, this map is fucking dick and balls.
That's not the game.
Never played this map. Literally never played this map before. if
It's
you
like
weren't lying,
it's like
if you were not
a
lying,
it's a remake of Border. It's a Border remake.
shut up.
Look it.
Border. This is Caviere's pistol, just without the silencer. Wow. I fucking hate the map, but the best map for like a team deathmatch like this is fucking I think what is it called? Sky Theme Park. Fucking Theme Park is the best map for team
Are you
deathmatch.
guys back on Apex?
No.
No.
Oh. I was actually interested for a second. But back to my farming.
Not 5 kills in a row.
Got my, oh my god! Got my first kill. What the? Why did they spawn him there?
No, they ruined my 7-kill streak. You stupid whores. They've all left. They're like, fuck this. Damn.
Bitch ass Trawhard. Bro, like. Oh my Fuck it.
Damn. Was it that bad, Joe?
I think he's done. Yeah, but I mean, we're down by like 9, but.
And what game were you just on?
Rainbow Six.
No, he came back. He came back.
Welcome back if I get a time. He's like, alright, I gotta head out.
Did he leave again?
What up, what up?
Oh, he's here.
I'm about to take Huanga to training. Do what? I'm not even that good with him. But according to Black, I'm getting better at fighting games.
No, Dragon Ball. What was he saying?
Okay.
From the shadows, I strike the darkness.
Alright, here we go. I'll do it on somebody with the big hitbox for now.
You know what? I know exactly what the fuck I'm taking in the train.
Maxi.
Nope. I know enough of this show,
Huh?
but I'm playing Sick Creed.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. You wanna use Fall, big damage. And I'm about to make oh no.
is annoying. Oh god. You ready, Cordo?
Oh, okay.
Huh?
I'm not gonna lie to you, this entire time I literally just been trying to like figure out what I want to put on this mask.
I'm also about to do that.
I haven't even gone into training, bro.
Good, I'm gonna go ahead and make this character real quick.
Promise you, this shit is probably not gonna make any sense, but it's gonna look like shit. Promise you that.
good over there, buddy?
No, I'm good. It's just when he sees this shit. It's just fucking stupid.
Who, a Sunday show? Oh yeah, that's right. He's starting to do a weekly wrap-up show.
We need to talk about the junk signs being used to ignore 911 calls, neo-Nazis demonstrating outside of a Broadway play, and the absolute clown of a juror in the criminal probe of Trump and his allies. So we're going to talk about all that on today's brand new Sunday Philip DeFranco show. So welcome back. Hit that like button and let's just jump into it. Started with the fact that a juror in the criminal probe of Trump and his allies may have seriously fucked shit up, all in the pursuit of 15 minutes of fame. Also, for some background, this is relating to the investigation into attempts to overturn the election in Georgia. As part of that probe, which is widely seen as one of the biggest legal threats to Trump, a special grand jury was convened. That jury spending 8 whole months investigating the matter to make a report and recommendations that Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis will then use to decide whether or not to bring charges against anyone, because the special grand jury itself does not have the power to bring indictments. Actually, until recently, we had very little information about the contents of the jury's report or what recommendations they made. So notably, the judge did release part of their report last week, which showed that the grand jury recommended charges against one or more witnesses who they believe committed perjury during their testimony. But it was unclear how many people that included, which witnesses, or if other charges have been recommended in relation to the violations of state election laws, which really is the crux of this whole case. The thing is, though, that changed this week. We have gotten a lot of information, and in fact, maybe too much information from the foreperson of the special grand jury, a 30-year-old woman named Emily Coors. So with the jury now dissolved, jurors are able to speak to the press, so they're unable to share many aspects of the case. And Coors has been shockingly quick to seize onto that opportunity and the enticing spotlight that it provides. So they're going on an absolutely bizarre media tour over the last few days and speaking to multiple outlets. And understand, this whole tour has been absolutely wild for a number of reasons. First, at the very top is that Coors has been widely criticized for how casually she's been talking about this whole thing, and almost seems like she's having this kind of weird, twisted fun with all of it. With many pointing to this clip of an interview she did with CNN where she's discussing the number of people who have been charged. Or we're talking about massive revelations that literally haven't been publicly discussed until now. And the entire time she's being like weird and giddy and coy, like she knows someone has a crush on you, but she's not going to tell.
There are indictments recommended, of course. Is it more than 12 people? Is it more than 20 people?
I think if you look at the page numbers of the report, there's about 6 pages in the middle that got cut out. Allow for spacing. It's not a short list.
Not a short list. Would you characterize it as 20-ish people?
I can't say I counted.
Okay. More than a dozen, though, I think I'd heard you say in another interview.
I believe so. That's probably a good assumption.
On the note of Trump, she did tease out more in an interview with the New York Times where, when asked if jurors had recommended the former president, she responded,
You're about to hear this audio so many times.
What audio?
Oh no, not you. This man.
What the fuck is wrong with you? How is this joke of a human being connected
You're gonna hear "Demon Be Gone" an absurd amount of times.
Other absolutely wild moments in other interviews.
I wanted to hear from the former president. Honestly, I kind of wanted to subpoena the former president because I got to swear everybody in. And so I thought it'd be really cool to get 60 seconds with President Trump.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and start it.
Looking at him and being like, do you solemnly swear? And me getting to swear him in, I kind of just thought that would be an awesome moment. I can see how trying to get the former president to come talk to us would have been a year in negotiation by itself. I'd be fascinated by what he said.
I created it.
Do you think he would have come in and said anything groundbreaking, or just the same kind of thing we've heard? So at some point you don't need to hear 50 people say the same thing. You know what I mean? At some point you kind of start to get the gist. My coolest moment was shaking Rudy Giuliani's hand. That was really cool for me. I made a point of stopping them and being like, wait, before we go back to this, can I shake your hand? Because it's an honor to meet the guy. It's really neat for me.
So with all this, you see so many people criticizing her, saying she clearly doesn't take this seriously. One news anchor painting an absolutely fucking bonkers picture of this woman and how she's handled herself throughout this incredibly important process.
Okay. What we have in these interviews is a window into the thought process of a special grand jury that heard evidence in perhaps the most legally perilous investigation of a former president in American history. A special grand jury led by someone who has never before participated in the most basic part of our democracy, voting. Someone who, during proceedings, drew sketches of witnesses like Senator Lindsey Graham and former Trump aide Mark Short, and who swore in at least one witness. I am not kidding here, holding a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles popsicle stick.
But, and this is a key thing, her actions both in and out of the courtroom aren't just notable because they're so damn weird. They very well could have very significant ramifications. The experts say it is very difficult for grand juries to speak to the press, period. Much less in the totally flippant way she did.
This is a horrible idea, and I guarantee you the prosecutors are wincing watching her go on this. It's a prosecutor's nightmare.
Why don't you?
Donald Trump's team is going to make a motion.
You don't think they make me faster?
Dismiss that indictment based on grand jury impropriety.
For this mental child selfish decision to try and milk this for all it's worth could literally jeopardize the whole case. It's already being reported that lawyers close to several witnesses are preparing to use Core's remarks to try and quash any possible indictments in Georgia on the grounds that her comments will taint any charges in the investigation. And beyond that, not only could her actions put this case in jeopardy, but they could also hurt future cases. Right? According to ABC News, Coors appears to have stopped short of explicitly violating the special grand jury's charter that prohibits her from sharing any information about their deliberations. But experts agreed that her public remarks could be cited as future litigation, possibly as evidence of bias in a motion to dismiss a case or in a motion to change venues. And beyond all that, her comments also simply undermine public confidence in the judicial process. The outlet's chief legal analyst explained it. She shouldn't be doing this. It isn't helpful to the perception of the objectivity of the criminal justice system, and it starts to feel like she's putting pressure on the district attorney to actually move forward with charges. Which is why I want to end this story to say to Coors, because I know you're watching, if you're acting like this on TV, don't be stupid. Stupid? I guess it's a little too late for that. And then anti-Semitism is rising in the
Why did that nigga do so much damage?
Really disturbing neo-Nazi protest outside of a Broadway show this week. Where the musical is called Raid, and it just started previews in New York City, and it's about the true story of a Jewish factory manager named Leo Frank, who was convicted of murdering a 13-year-old girl in Georgia in 1913, and after his sentence was commuted, he was murdered by a lynch mob. With a consensus among historians being that Frank was falsely accused of the crime, and that the trial was heavily influenced by false testimony and anti-Semitic media coverage. And in fact, he received a posthumous pardon back in 1986, and his case and the coverage around it actually led to the creation of the Anti-Defamation League. Ben Platt, who won a Tony Award for Dear Evan Hansen, is playing Frank in the show, which had its first preview showing on Tuesday night, which a group of neo-Nazis stood outside of telling audiences they were supporting the story of a pedophile and saying other gross and violent things about Jewish people, even handing anti-Semitic flyers out to people attending the show. As far as the group, they've actually been identified to be part of an organization that I won't say the name of because they don't deserve the attention, but notably they are known to be the largest membership-based neo-Nazis in the country. With one person who attended the show and witnessed the protest describing the demonstration as absolutely wild and genuinely scary protests that have been strongly condemned, including by the producers of the musical, who released a statement saying, if there is any remaining doubt out there about the urgency of telling this story in this moment in history, the violence vileness on display last night should put it to rest. We stand by the valiant Broadway cast that brings this vital story to life each night. Ben Platt also taking to Instagram to talk to his followers about what happened.
And it was definitely very ugly and serious, and a wonderful reminder of why we're telling this particular story.
Because this comes at a time, like I said, where anti-Semitism is on the rise in the U.S. And you have people across the country, whether it be some no-name bigoted fuck to the likes of Kanye West, sparking hateful incidents across the country. You got motherfuckers out in the world like more concerned that there's a book in a child's school that mentions like history or gay people rather than fucking Nazis. We're seeing the same anti-Semitism that Parade is about still infiltrating the streets of New York in 2023. And then, so data brokers create shadow profiles on you that include a frightening amount of personal details. These insights are then used by scammers, total strangers, insurance companies, banks, businesses, and even the government. I mean, it's so annoying how companies collect, aggregate, and trade your personal information without you knowing it. Data brokers, marketing brokers, financial information brokers all sell this information to third parties and use it for themselves. The process of deleting that information feels like a job that never ends. But thanks to a fantastic sponsor of the show, Incognito.
Hurry to Kohl's February clearance event for savings you don't want to miss. Save up to 80% after an extra 30% off while you still can on must-haves like home favorites, active breaks, jeans, sweaters, boots, and PJs. Kohl's. Save big store-wide during Raymore and Flanagan's Buy More, Save More sale. Get 10% off everything and 15% off purchases over $2,500. Or with special financing, get 48 months to pay with no interest. Only at Raymore and Flanagan.
They'll do it for you. Their data provides financial information such as credit scores for banks, credit companies, leading to increased insurance rates, loan denials that can directly affect you. And nobody wants their home address out there. Info like your name, email, home address, social security number, it gets collected and sold over and over again. It can feel out of control. So enlisting Incognito to take on the process of removing your data off the market, it just makes sense. To protect your privacy, Incognito.com/DeFranco. And the first 100 people to use code DeFranco will get 20% off of Incognito. That's Incognito.com/DeFranco. And use code DeFranco to get your personal data off the market. And then be careful when you're calling 911 because what you say and how you say it could actually help land you behind bars. Or at least that's what this piece from ProPublica is revealed. Right? Because at the center of all this, you have a man by the name of Tracy Harper, so-called 911 caller. Harper was a police detective from a small town, and after attending a course with the FBI, he decided to pursue a graduate degree. During that time, he published a paper claiming they could figure out if someone was guilty of a crime based on their 911 call, which was then later turned into a study alongside two colleagues. That sounds pretty fantastic, right? Almost like those channels on YouTube that claim to look at police interrogations and show the signs of someone being deceptive. But here's the thing, as fun as many of those channels are, the reality is there's almost no way to consistently tell if someone's lying just based on their body language. But that doesn't stop so-called experts like Harpster from thinking they can apply to vocal cues, and there's even a whole 911 cop scale checklist and other training that, when combined together, allegedly gave a better idea of the callers behind the crime. These include things like giving out too much information in a call, an alleged sign that you're trying to waste time.
Okay. I love how you just ducked under that.
Too much information, guilty. Too little, guilty. Asking, huh? This type of question, you're the goddamn killer. Or let's say you're like now 24-year-old Riley Spitler screaming, oh my god, my life is over on a 911 call after accidentally shooting his brother. Or because a detective trained by Harpster concluded that it was too much of a
Bro, every single time I try to pick it up and block it,
Said nah. I didn't know. I didn't realize I lost your ass.
So a guy with very little scientific background claiming that he can do this would normally be grounds for skepticism. But in the world of law enforcement, they will claim to jump science left and right if it helps get a conviction. But remember, for a while, polygraph tests were lauded as the next big thing. Now, they're not even admissible as evidence in court. However, Harpster's methodology's got a big boost when the FBI featured his research shortly after he wrote it in the bulletin they sent to law enforcement across the country. One of the issues being that paper wasn't even peer-reviewed at that time. Harpster and his colleagues used just 100 sample calls to make their data, and then they tested
No, I don't like that bitch.
something known as double dipping. Making matters worse is the fact that 100 sample calls isn't enough.
You said you like that.
Race, economic group, where they grew up, whether they're neurodivergent, so on. All of those claims change their practice and how people speak. Now, the thing that should be noted, this isn't exactly a major problem if they also follow the rest of standard academic procedure, like having other researchers conduct simple studies. But after the FBI prematurely sent out the research, the genie was out of the bottle and Harpster was off to the races. He worked on consulting police forces and prosecutors around the U.S. to try and get people behind bars based on their 911 calls. And although most law enforcement officials claim, hey, this is just one single tool in our toolbox, that appears to contradict news here is that we're likely going to see an uptick in convictions that use this method because it took years for it to get off the
Yeah, he
ground in
is.
the courtroom. There wasn't enough precedent to bring it into trials as evidence to be examined, and Harpster didn't want to take the stand himself, likely over fears of being deposed and ruining any chances of precedent being set. So that's when his training efforts really took off. He began training so-called experts, and prosecutors slowly began introducing it into court, not as evidence, but rather part of an officer's experience and training, which means it shouldn't be considered as strongly by a jury, but it also means it's susceptible to less scrutiny. Or as one prosecutor instructed, have the officers testify why this 911 call is inconsistent with an innocent caller, consistent with someone with a guilty mind. Harpster would add the prosecutors should reinforce all the incriminating sections of the call. Another prosecutor citing lack of emotion, over-emotion, failure to act appropriately. Juries love it. It's easy for them to understand. And this is even before it's been recognized as science by many courts, and it's still swaying juries. But eventually, now that that was done, it helped
Nigga just goes regular chick feed.
It's kind of like how things that aren't true just become facts. Take the idea that Napoleon was short. Turns out he wasn't. So did his propaganda before being quoted in academic sources. The next thing you know, boom, it's a fact. Napoleon's a tiny dude, and it takes a ton of work to undo that. But again, with what we're talking about today, there is a serious lack of scientific evidence to back any of this up. Even one of the researchers responsible has been so wary of how this has been used that they distance themselves from the entire work. And since Harpster's study, others have been done, including two by the FBI, and
maggots.
claims. The FBI even saying that the indicators were so inconsistent that they often went in the opposite direction of what was previously found. With the FBI even trying to send bulletins to law enforcement warning them about Harpster's work. There's also now a study in the works looking at 1,000 911 calls, and they've asked Harpster for his data. Common thing in the academic world, but shocker, he is refused, claiming that other academics are going to steal his work. And in general, we just have a fucked situation, because if the authorities getting called or investigating are using this junk science, they're going to get a result that may not actually be true. And now, with more and more people learning about this junk science, they are going to be scared to call the authorities because, oh my god, is my call going to be weaponized against me? And until this bullshit methodology gets cracked down on, it is very likely we're going to hear more and more cases where people are getting put behind bars, at least partially because of 911 call announcements. That is where I'm going to end talking about the stories that I wanted to get to this last week, but I just didn't have the time. And actually, on that note, before we jump into next week with a brand new Monday Philip DeFranco show tomorrow, I think it's important we take a look back at the
Oh my god, I have so much shit I have to give away.
Zed to Bonnie. Zed? I used to always dream of being verified. Then I found out all I gotta do is pay a guy. I wonder what it's like in movies by the rogue AI before being sold me and children's book and plagiarized. I used to wonder if it's Trump again in 24 while grand jurors in a case go on a public tour. I hear when one rides up a lake they fill a reservoir. This week's shootings at Texas Pine Hills and Mardi Gras. The new normal is horrifying and treaties keep on retiring. Cold War in an era where they fucked up what's private. It's bad, it's the climate. If someone dying, they'll find them with a TikTok bag.
What are these frames?
Shit.
In LA, all the water is drained better. They sticking with Don Lemon, those comments were still sexist. Some Fox lied on elections to suit the viewer retention. What's up? Hard times come from a big life, like how good movies always tend to come from a big strike. YouTube CEO or not, fuck all my dislikes. I'ma buy all of my dips for the stock rise. Come on, like triple my cause. They say they gon' make things better. I'm trying hard to keep up my guard, thinking we can make this better. Hey yo, shout out to all you beautiful bastards who freestyle the news over these last few weeks. It's been good, life is good, marbles and evil. I'm hype as fuck, man. Let's go. Check it. Hey, if you see this in 10 years, make it a bestseller. If they asking if Joel dies, maybe don't tell them. If you don't get it. Like if you hiring a child to clean a meat processor. What the fuck is this, the jungle? Up and rolling in his grave, going backwards like the Saudis trying to take his scent away. I saw this fucker say, listen, child abuse is never great, but if we're thinking about the state, how much money does it save? Bitch, you the literal devil's advocate. Working in the news, I feel like a fucking masochist. Shootings every week, headlines are always plastered with Elon, Kanye, or AI did something massively fucked up. I'm bust up like missiles from Russia. China hanging with them, who trusts what? Making up a tour out of a jury indictment. Fucking up the case like drunk white girls bullying your storefront. Hold up.
That's a grab.
Okay, what's going on? Another state election where ignorance gonna cost us. The state Supreme Court got a bunch of shit on the
Nigga said, that's a crab. Ah, shit, I'm dead. I don't want to stand up. Sit down.
Yo, this isn't a game. Can't get a million just by hitting on the start of their frames. You gotta engage. I'm working every second
Or
they let
ever
me,
fought
and
a
I ain't
Richard?
wishing on a
Yes,
falling
not.
star. Like Jeffrey. Ooh. Too soon. You'll find this and all the other freestyles and news on Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you listen. We back at it next week.
Purdue University.
Solid show, Phil.
Find them at purdueglobal.edu.
Damn. This nigga's so aggressive.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, the show that
Daryl. This nigga here that did a double front flip and slammed his ass into the ground.
Subscribe button right in the eye. Now, I'm not a man with a whole lot of free time. Between launching new channels, writing and rewriting snap timelines, being a father, and, you know, just trying to have an actual life, things can get pretty darn busy. But in what little free time I've had lately, I've been TikTok to see what kids do. And what it seems has been
Come here,
nothing
bro.
but pages and pages of Pedro Pascal fan cams.
No. He's like, no. Come here.
Stop me, Pedro. I can. I will.
Let me tell you something. Cassandra.
I was inundated by something far less aesthetic and much more scary.
The bitch said, let me show you how to win.
Everything I saw heralded this thing as the scariest movie ever.
Because some people are saying this is literally the most disturbing thing they've ever seen. And after watching it, yes.
And based on the trailer alone, I was hooked.
In this house, in this room.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached peak analog horror. So, intrigued and a little bit scared, I did what any normal person would do. I sat down at 9
God
a.m. on
damn it.
Wednesday morning with two of my employees to watch through this puppy. And boy, was it controversial. One of them rated
Alright,
it
you
an
can stop
8,
jumping like
the other
that.
rated it a 0 and said it didn't even deserve to be called a movie. And honestly, I can't really blame him for his opinion. 5 minutes in, and it's immediately clear why this thing is going to be a divisive movie. It's about 100 minutes of staring at dark walls and grainy hallways while people whisper in the background. It is not for everyone. As for my opinion, I can tell you that it was probably the most active movie watching experience that I've ever had. With my eyes constantly scanning the frame, questioning whether what I was seeing was a shadow monster or just artifacting of the camera. I wasn't just passively watching a movie, I was having to solve each and every frame, trying to understand what exactly I was looking at. TLDR, it worked for me. I really enjoyed it. But not only is it a visually challenging movie, it's also a narratively challenging one. It's about two young children, Haley and Kevin, who wake up in the middle of the night to find that their parents have disappeared along with all the house's doors and windows. And so the kids in the movie respond like any normal child would do in this sort of situation. They park themselves right in front of that TV and start binge watching some old school cartoons. Pretty soon though, things get worse as they begin to realize that they're not alone. Inside the house is a portable TV that connects the kids to a things like walk up the stairs and walk up the stairs again. He is a very cardiovascular ghost. Oh yeah, also put a knife in your eye.
Hmm?
We don't actually see anything, but the sudden switch to implied violence is just incredibly jarring. Bit by bit, things get progressively worse for our young dude.
Oh God.
Ceiling, night lights get unplugged, the toilet
This nigga with an afro. Oh God.
I think, yeah, that was brutal. Making him poop in buckets? This is cruel. Eventually, Kaylee disappears, leaving the 4-year-old Kevin alone in a house that is literally and figuratively turned upside down. As the movie ends, we see this image stating 572 days, which is super random because up to this point, there really hasn't been any clear focus on the passage of time. And then you have this brutally long pull-out shot that lasts almost 2 consecutive minutes, just really milking it for that watch time, aren't they? On an unrelated note, did I mention the director for this thing got a start on YouTube? I see you. I know what you're doing. I know your secrets. There's a bit more screaming and whispering and blood before the movie ultimately ends with a blurry figure fading into frame telling Kevin to... And that's about it. Clear as crystal, right? Well, yeah, actually, kinda.
It's okay. You were done before you went out.
Yeah.
Well, looking at it that way actually leaves a lot of unanswered questions. What was the monster? Why did everything disappear? Where did the parents go? What is the significance of 572 days, and what does that ending actually mean? In short, this movie is an open invite for theorists to solve. And you know what? I think I cracked it. What seems like a simple ghost story is actually a tragedy. Terribly sad story about loss, grief, and family trauma, all told from the perspective of a 4-year-old child. Everything we see in the film feels like a paranormal situation, right? We hear voices, we see things stuck to the ceiling, we have doors disappearing, and we have this constant grain and distortion. What could cause all of this if not the demon? Well, let's just start from the very beginning. The movie kicks off with a seemingly random event where Kevin falls down some stairs in the middle of the night. We see a series of clips of Kevin stealing blankets from his closet, sitting up on top of the stairs, and then we get an upside-down shot of the bottom of the stairs after hearing a loud thud. This is then followed up by his dad on the phone.
That's crazy. I just really wasted mine. And...
Seems pretty cut and dry. Kevin falls down some stairs and hits his head. There's just one problem with that. This incident is never mentioned again. It is completely arbitrary for everything that comes afterward. It goes nowhere and nothing comes of it. Why would the director be showing us this then? Why is it the first event of the movie? Well, I suspect it's because this is the real incident that incites everything we see happen afterward. The fall sends Kevin into a coma, and everything we see from that point onward in the movie are the real-world events being filtered and processed through his unconscious condition. Now, let me immediately say that I know how lame coma theories are. You can make anything fit into a coma or dream theory because there's no logic in these things. Anything can be bent to be a piece
You
of
said
evidence.
what?
There is a reason that across the 1,012 theories that I've written across the last decade, only one of them has claimed that everything was a dream. And that's because I only pull them out when I think that that's the author's true intent. And with Skimmering, I am convinced that this is the right interpretation. Obviously, we just talked about the inciting incident of a head injury, but there is so much more here. Across the entirety of the movie, there are 3 random details of this supposed haunting that stood out to me as unusual. The missing toilets, the request to stick a knife in Kevin's eye, and the marker of 572 days. So let's just go back and tackle these one at a time. First, let's just take a look at the basic concept of the film itself. Well, the idea of doors and windows disappearing from a house makes for a creepy paranormal setup. What doesn't fit quite as well is the disappearance of the toilet. The lack of doors and windows I totally get. You're trapped inside of a situation that you can't escape from. You're at the mercy of the demon, but the toilet? I mean, why would a paranormal entity do that? It's either a big troll or this isn't actually a ghost that we're dealing with. So let's just assume that everything after Kevin falls down the stairs and hits his head takes place in the hospital. Well, if that's truly the case, then the disappearing toilets would be the reality of his current situation. He's no longer physically going to the bathroom and toilets anymore. Depending on the policy of the hospital he's in, he's likely using a bedpan, diapers, or a rectal catheter to excrete his waste. This would also explain the disappearing doors and windows that form the core of this movie's plot. On one hand, it's symbolic of Kevin now being trapped inside his own mind with no escape. That's why, near the end of the movie, when he asks to watch something happy, we see visions of a door. It's a moment or a chance of escape. But the disappearing doors and windows could also literally be the hospital room around him, a claustrophobic space that's blocked off by curtains. In fact, look closer at your typical hospital room, and what do you see in each one? A TV sitting in front of the patient playing all day, every day. And what do we see in Skimmering? A TV as a constant presence throughout everything in the film. So much of this movie is spent sitting in front of a TV, specifically public domain cartoons. It's gotta mean something, right? It does. These cartoons are the entire plot of the movie. If you take a happening in the movie. One of the first cartoons we see after Kevin's accident is this: a baby bird being shot out of the sky and appearing dead. This cartoon is the Salsa Birds from 1935, except there's a twist here if you watch beyond what they show in Skinner. When the birds go to bury the baby's body, he wakes up. Everyone celebrates. This cartoon, I suspect, is representative of Kevin. He's the baby bird who is knocked unconscious.
Why she's crying?
She looked to be an asshole like that, though.
It's because mom thinks that her baby bird is
Would you look at that? I just won.
Cobweb Hotel from 1936, where two newlywed brides
Oh, I can't wait. I gotta get more. I need more.
Forced to watch their son trapped inside a hospital bed, unable to escape. Considering that the two newlywed brides are adults, I suspect it's
I have to go to a pirate system.
cartoon reference we get is the 1931 Bimbo's Initiation. This one we don't actually see, but I was able to recognize the audio from research we did years ago when we did our Bendy and the Ink Machine episode about rubber hose animation.
That was an accident, but I guess.
In this one, Bimbo falls down the sewer.
This is about the motherfucking bullshit.
A character falls down, winds up trapped in a place without doors, and everything turns upside down. Why even have a movie to get a ring? It told us everything we need to know right there. And in the final cartoon, 1939 Presto Chincho, we see this clip of a dog that's being shot in the eye. Yeah, sounds familiar? The cartoons are telling the story of how life.
Connection was
Why
lost.
are they always on? Why are they always playing? Because he's sitting in a hospital room stuck in front of the TV. But with all that said, let's look a bit closer at the eye bit. It's one of the very few moments of implied violence in the movie, so obviously it's going to stand out as important. But yet, why? Why this of all things? Shotgun? Again, I don't think it's look at it won't have to fall down the stairs in the first place. Haley says he was sleepwalking. Huh. Sleepwalking, hallucinations, eye pain. It doesn't take Derek Shepard to know what's going on with this one. Kevin has a brain tumor. And yeah, that was a Grey's Anatomy reference granted you under the age of 45. I suspect Kevin was suffering from a tumor on the frontal lobe of the brain, thereby causing him to sleepwalk, hallucinate, and ultimately fall down the stairs. In fact, brain tumors are the most common form of solid tumor inside of children, affecting about 5,000 in the U.S. every year. What I suspect happened here was that the brain tumor caused his sleepwalking and subsequent fall. And while the fall itself might have resulted in a minor injury, considering what we hear from Dad's phone call, the subsequent hospital visit or damage that the fall caused made the tumor issue worse, and Kevin ultimately winds up in a coma shortly thereafter. So what does all of that have to do with knives and eyes? Well, I don't think that it was just knives we're talking about here. I think what's going on is a surgical procedure. One way to remove tumors from the frontal lobe of the brain is
Oh, you're glitching in and out, Brody.
You're a little robot right now.
they go in through, you guessed it, the eye. It's minimally invasive. It's an easier way to reach the frontal lobe to remove the tumor, which is why Kevin feels like he's being stabbed in the eye with a knife. But also explains another weird thing of it before he did the film. At the top of the movie, we get a montage of various family photos hanging on the wall. At the end, we get a similar montage, but this time, everyone is missing their head, or the faces have been weirdly distorted. This would be the result of a condition known as prosopagnosia, also known as face blight, where you cannot recognize people's faces. It's a symptom that often appears in patients with brain tumors. This leads us then to the ending of the film, where we see blood being sprayed on the floor over and over, all while we hear screaming in the background and the repeating music from the Presto Chincho cartoon, the one where the dog is shot in the eye. If you turn on the closed caption, the first round of screaming we hear is captioned as child crying. And you close caption people for not naming him the crying child and just can't rewrite the damn snap timeline again. The next round of screaming, though, is credited as older child cry. This scene, I suspect, is Kevin being operated on over a prolonged period. That's why the blood spills on the carpet repeatedly, where the music is pulled from the cartoon that references his eye piece, and why the subtitles differentiate child and older child. It is 2 years of Kevin in coma undergoing procedures like this as doctors try and repeatedly fail at removing the tumor that's engaged with his life. How do I know it's been 2 years? The 572 days marker that we see in the film's final act. At no point in the movie is there ever any sort of emphasis on the passing of time. And yet, for some reason, the film decides to pull out this little fact as important. I suspect this is how long Kevin's in a coma before he finally passes out. They're calling out the final day of his life. He's being ushered into the afterlife by his mother. See, at the end of the surgery sequence, Kevin cries out for his mom. He's looking to her, but not only does he see his mom, he's only in the
Damn, that's sad.
This blurry nightmare fuel faceless musculars in the back, yeah, that right there is mom. She's telling us to go to sleep. Pass on. Heaven is being released from his pain, and the movie ends. But why is his mom here now? Well, to understand that, we have to zoom out. You see, this whole time I've been trying to prove to you that Kevin's in a coma. I feel real good about that conclusion and the evidence that we've presented so far. But in the process, I've been having to ignore what's happening around him, specifically around his parents. This whole movie's premise is that Haley and Kevin's dad disappears one night. Notice that I say dad specifically, not a parent. That's actually in the official movie's description. So why is dad gone? And where is mom? Well, we hear mentions of mom very sparingly. Early on, we hear the question. Shortly afterwards, he spends some quality time with mom. One of the most disturbing scenes in the movie, Haley is brought up to her parents' room by the mysterious voice. Her dad is sitting punching on the bed. Haley looks away for a moment, and suddenly her dad is gone, replaced with her mom. After a half-hearted inward divorce kiddo-style talk, we hear a very weird snapping sound.
Oh.
This, paired with the repeated imagery we see of dowels hanging from the ceiling, leads us to believe that their mother forced the 16-year-old life. She was so distraught over Kevin's condition that she cries repeatedly. The family gets divorced, and then she ultimately ends it all. This works with why we hear Haley asking about the crying, and why at a later point when asked about mom, she says, what? That's also why mom at the end of the movie.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, I think it's like
also
straight over and tries to move wherever you want.
Well, Kevin's dad just doesn't come to visit him. We know that Kevin's been in this hospital bed for 572 days based on the text from the movie. 572 days in coma. Almost 2 years. Dad just can't do it anymore. He disappeared. There's only one person left who wants to come and see Kevin, who will sit with him and watch cartoons with him on the hospital TV, who still talks to him, Haley. But even she eventually succumbs to the monster. One of the final shots of the movie is to return to the stair banister, upside down the way Kevin saw it after his fall. This provides our story to return back to where the house at this point has figured
Here I am taking a quick character I ain't never talking to.
Now appears to Kevin in the way that he saw it after his fall. Skimmering is a tragic tale of a family broken down, a beloved father, mother, sister, forced to confront an unforgiving and unending medical need. The little boy who's trapped in a hospital bed with no way out, trying to understand it all through the gloomy, dark filter of his unsustained even. Skimmering tells us exactly what this movie is about. It's the name of a children's nursery rhyme all about love. Skimmering could do, I love you. I love you in the morning and in the afternoon. I love you in the evening and underneath. That is the central theme of the film. Love. And that's also the true horror of this film. That there are just some things that love can't overcome. Some things that are so dark, so ceaseless, that they swallow all that love away. Oh, the film really hit so much harder than I expected it. How big part of the horror was. So, yes, kids, give them a hug. If you are a kid, we'll give your parents a hug. We gotta counteract the horribly sad with something wholesome. But, hey, you ever find yourself trapped in a dream house with disappearing doors and windows, you're probably gonna want some food delivered. Well, sponsored today's video, HelloFresh, that dream can become a reality. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes to choose from, so you'll receive something new and exciting. And if you're on a low-calorie, carb-smart, or veggie-focused diet, or just a really big eater, not only are there plenty of options for you, you can also customize your meals, switching out proteins and sides, or even adding protein to a veggie. Steph and I have a lot going on, so with delicious food delivered directly to our doorstep so we can skip a trip to the grocery store, it is a game changer. It lets us spend more time focused on decoding the stories of strange indie horror movies and less time deciding on what we want for dinner. HelloFresh also helps us cut back on takeout and delivery, the cost of which can add up real fast. I mean, why go out to get restaurant-quality food when delicious food can just show up at your doorstep and get the satisfaction of making it fresh for yourself? One of the meals we got recently was delicious Monterey Jack burgers and takeaway. And it's also great to get hands on some HelloFresh then reinforces easy follow recipes that
Motherfucker.
dinner without having to think about meal planning or meal prep. That is awesome. Even better, all the ingredients in this meal were super fresh
So I see Talon's a little mix-up bitch.
Being on a farm is on our doorstep. If you want to try your hand cooking your own meals with a ton of different options, go to HelloFresh.com and use the code FILMSERIES65 for 65% off plus free shipping. Once again, that's HelloFresh.com with the code FILMTHEORY65. Or you can just push the link down in the description if you don't want to type all that out. That is 65% off and free shipping. Thanks again to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. And as always, remember, don't be a film theory. And shut.
Girl. Shoot.
I hate this game.
I'll probably pressure.
Stupid fucking pressure.
She don't really do that too much damage though. Okay. I wonder how.
Hey, what's up, guys? What up? What's going on, everybody? How are y'all doing today? How y'all doing? Okay, myself. I burped you.
I love this guy.
Wow. You're doing homework and you don't wanna watch anything loaded, is that what you're saying? I can't do it. I don't plan on it, of course, every other day. Somebody's doing something appropriate. On the go, thank you. I appreciate that.
I fucking hate this game.
That's great.
You ever watch a whole... We got a stuffy video here. We got a stuffy video.
Huh?
No,
The romance of Chris Chan, Megan Schroeder. That seems like an inappropriate. An hour long for Megan Schroeder? Oh my lord. The woman alone. Am I right? Fools versus the world. Don't have a bad guy. This video is interesting. Alright, let's get the flip on the screen. Short situation. We'll make the television. I gotta do some research on fix them. I work at
You do not matter.
What up, How do you feel about the allegations? There are allegations, I'm sure there are. Yeah, well, I don't know. This is apparently one of them right here. This is apparently one of them right here. It's a point thing. Something else. And it does. Always something going on. Always something. People be tripping. Be tripping. What was the good channel? I haven't watched her in a while. You're gonna watch the presidential boys? What? What are you saying? Did I see Matt Walsh still? Matt Walsh is always
He's good over now.
Is there more? Are finally or is there like a Matt Walsh or it's like did she respond or something? Like why is there
I just announced my big Stop being this state. It's New York fashion.
yeah, what's the drama? Is it just that Matt Walsh posted another video about her? Yeah. Oh, I'm not even showing you that. You guys like my bit today? That's
You don't do like too much.
I wasn't there. That's weird. What is the woman, guys? I'm gonna put it, whatever I put it in is a woman. That's pretty much it. I think that we need to stop having this complicated conversation about gender and just understand that anything that I put my ballot in.
Okay.
And there's really nothing you can say to stop me, Matt Walsh. You can try. But yeah, that's a simple fact right there. That's all it comes down to. You like my shirt? Yeah, thank you. That's just my one. YOLO. Yep.
I was blocking.
The person, white. White dude got canceled, sadly. Of course, we'll have to take a look at it. Body positive. Body positive.
Welcome back to college.
Oh, it's gonna be a nice conservative content today, guys. Guy. If you ask, oh, that's so crazy. This guy. I know this man. I have to like him now. Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you today? How are you? What's the game that's like easy that I can buy? I'm almost done with the game. I got the 80 yesterday on one. I can't do it online. I think it's just like too difficult. It's like I have to focus too much. So yeah,
I hate you. I'm out of here.
Hey, hold on.
But how is everybody today?
That was bullshit. I'm out of here.
What up?
Let's go.
Among Us. Among Us. Is it?
Oh, where'd the tongue go? Oh, okay.
It's $25. What the frick? Where's on the card? Binding of Isaac. Is it? I played it before. I don't know. Wasn't really my cup of tea. Maybe I would like it later on. We'll see. Alright, let's just get this started. Somebody said that this there's something going on with the fight. It got canceled. Everybody's going crazy. Now, I obviously, before we start the video, and understand I don't know anything about it, he did a video on me. I used to have a spicy account here, and he commented on it. It was like a joke where I would just paint my belly. Pictures like that are in it. And he gave it a nice review. He said it was pretty good. So if you want to watch that, I'll put it in the description. But if it's bad, if he did a bad thing, we're gonna pretend that we didn't just show that. Okay. What else have you got here?
This YouTuber is getting canceled right now. Drop Fight is trending on Twitter, and these are some really serious allegations.
I refuse to be silent any longer. Oh, good. You should tell me.
Remember the last time we were here? Remember I walked all the way down to the observatory? And you said, hey Lisa, could you slow down? Yeah. And I said, no way. You're not going to tell a cancer patient to slow down. You keep up with me, buddy. Come on.
Important side effect information. Imbruvica may cause serious side effects, including bleeding problems, hemorrhage, infections, heart rhythm problems, ventricular arrhythmias, atrial fibrillation, and atrial flutter, heart failure and death, high blood pressure, hypertension, decrease in blood cell count, second primary cancer, and tumor lysis syndrome, TLS. Uses. Imbruvica ibrutinib is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with chronic lymphocytic leukemia, CLL, small lymphocytic lymphoma, SLL, chronic lymphocytic leukemia, CLL, small lymphocytic lymphoma, SLL, with 17p deletion. It is not known if Imbruvica is safe and effective in children. Please watch and consider the important side effect information throughout this video.
I'm Lisa. I live in Jacksonville, Florida with my husband, Rich, and our 5 kids. Staying active is living. I don't want to be complacent and sit around and do nothing. Yeah, I face challenges. I have CLL. It is cancer. I make it sound like it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal. I've been a nature lover my whole life. I wanted to still go out and see nature. And I figured, oh, maybe if I do nature photography, that'd be a way to do it. And it's really turned into a passion. Yeah, when we're out in nature, I don't think about having CLL. It's like the place just waits cool when you go out in nature.
Let's go over here. I haven't checked that out. And it might be small. Yeah. Okay. I think we have a plan. CLL ran my life for too many years.
One thing or another for you, but really just not getting into the heart of what was wrong with you. It was so frustrating.
I knew something was wrong. I mean, the fatigue was so bad. I was getting infections more frequently. And the night sweats were getting really bad.
Lymph nodes started growing. Nothing to do.
I got so bad. Like, darn it, it's not going to run my life anymore. Anybody in my situation, I would tell them they need to go see a CLL specialist. It really needs to be seen by somebody who specializes in it. I literally freaked out when I found out I was high risk. I didn't know what it meant at first. I realized, oh my gosh, I am really hard to treat. My cancer is stubborn to science. It doesn't respond with traditional chemo, and I'm quick to relapse.
Thank goodness you finally got the specialist.
Yeah, he told me, because you're high risk, I really want to put you on Imbruvica because he puts his high-risk patients on Imbruvica.
When I started in Verubica, it was just amazing to watch my lymphocyte count go down.
Ooh, tropical planet?
I feel great. It's so cool what we can be out here doing. Yeah.
Oh God, hello?
We go through that whole thing.
What are you up to, Brody? You're doing who? Atomic Heart.
Chance you're a horrible person. Honestly, I don't think it rules. I just look at statistics. If I come out tomorrow and someone like fails their own cards, please don't be surprised.
That's not bad. I don't know my own diagnosis. Wow, there's a whole bunch here.
I'm a YouTuber after all. Okay, jokes aside, this is a really serious topic. Basically, somebody named Vriska on Twitter came out with these really serious allegations against a YouTuber named Fight. You guys probably know him considering he's a really popular
Right,
commentator.
I know what you mean now.
And really not looking good for us, man. This person came out with a bunch of horrible accusations, including the non-consensual sleeping with other person, the R word.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, hello. I never felt that I could come out about this, and I have struggled with this for years before writing this, and I doubt it'll be anything close of years after I write this that it will ever be released. So when did they write this?
Yeah, I
But in the case that you are reading this, I have come out and lay what has happened to me. I was assaulted by a man known as Fight in February 2018 and have an extremely toxic friendship on and off relationship with him since 2017.
I get what you mean.
Start in the beginning, I found Quite's channel when it had less than 500 subscribers, and as a teenager wanted to make art for him because he didn't use his face in his videos. How old is this guy? He's 22 now, I think. It's so hard to find ages sometimes. It says he's 22. They really think 21. Okay, yeah, no, he says he's 22 years old. Okay. So if he's 22 years old now, then at the time, if it was 2017 when they first started talking, 17, yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. It says he's 22 here, it would be 17. Okay, he didn't use his face. I thought he would have an easier time if I drew him and recommended he wore sunglasses and a face mask instead of manually keying his face out with a black box. There, I essentially came up with his Sona with him and drew various talk sprites for him for free. Okay, well, it makes sense. He's smaller. That he only ever used maybe once. We were around the same age and slowly began talking and bonding over shared mental health issues. Okay, they were the same age. At this time, I was undiagnosed with autism and borderline personality disorder, which I have diagnoses now, and thus was unaware of how these would affect me in the common relationship we had, and how he would most likely know, without knowing, take advantage of me. Okay, so this right here, we have to understand something, and how he would most likely, without knowing, take advantage of me. Okay, we're gonna get to like the allegations, but this is a big problem that I have because it's just like completely devoid of nuance. This person is saying that they have autism and BPD. Okay, I believe them, but it was undiagnosed. They didn't know about it, and obviously, I'm assuming 17-year-old White isn't a behavioral specialist or somebody that has deep understanding of mental health issues, so he also didn't realize it. I don't think it's fair to say that somebody is unintentionally taking advantage of you, given the context. You having a different perception of the world might make it more difficult to set some boundaries, maybe. But that doesn't, and I'm not talking about like sexual assault right now. We're just talking about plainly. But I don't think it's fair to put that onto him, just on this by itself. We're not here yet with the other allegations. You know, I do like a lot of advocacy for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. You know, my wife's behavioral specialist, blah 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 blah. Put it on the bingo card, whatever. My point is that there's a interesting, we can find the right area based on the individual's diagnosis of like individual, I guess you'd say, autonomy or agency. Somebody that's like higher support needed, lives in a group home is obviously going to be very different from somebody who may not have as support needed. Different people's like different level of like autism or BPD is going to affect different people differently. You know, just because you have these doesn't mean that you're not consenting. There's a lot of nuance here, but just on virtue of you having an undiagnosed issue, I don't think that by itself is, you know, I don't want to already push the blame on him, but let's get through it more. Just wanted to kind of have like a little bit of a dialogue there. Yeah, I wonder what the issues that they bonded over. Yeah, I wonder. At first, we were extremely close in ways that helped both of us. He shared bits of his past, and I shared mine. However, slowly my status as an artist would land me in more YouTuber circles, and his would, and he would slowly try to encourage me to let him join the said spaces. Okay, that's normal. As a friend, I of course wanted to include him in as many as I could, but as I did, and he made various connections outside of me, the relationship grew transactional. Okay, it's unfortunate. While I won't say I was the most stable person at the time, I was not actively unkind. I cannot say the same for him. When my abandonment issues would arise, he would leave me ignored, and then when I was having the worst of my time, he would swoop in to save me and keep me under his thumb. Maybe. There's a lot of intentionality there. The only reason I'm saying that is because, like, he could have been intentionally doing that, or maybe when she was being super loaded, he didn't want to bother with her, and then when she hit like up a wall where it got too intense, he was like, okay, let me try to help her. Or he could have been doing it disingenuously, I don't know. He would yell at me or act passive aggressive towards me when being my, let me just listen more than anything else. When being my friend was inconvenient, but love bombed me when it was just us or he needed something from me. Love bomb. What does that mean from love bomb somebody from her perspective? I wonder, like, what would he do? He used my memory issues against me to gaslight me about things he said and would keep most of his conversations he had on calls or Skype because the messages delete after a set amount of time. He would actively talk about his new friends to me when he wanted me to do something for him and took up a great amount of my time. So far, he sounds like kind of an inconsiderate dick. Eventually we met in real life a few times. I had transphobic parents, so I told him my dead name to use only when my parents were talking to him. But after knowing this information, he would use it in ways to belittle me. The first meeting was fine, but he had a rule that I wasn't allowed to take pictures of him, but he was allowed to take pictures of me. I'm assuming that's because his whole persona online was mask on or whatever, so it doesn't really seem that problematic. After promising and begging to take a few pictures that but he wouldn't and still having them posted for memories, he let me take a few before he left. Okay. The second meeting, however, was different. We planned to meet up while he was on vacation in my city, and thus I would pick up in my car and we would both go to a trampoline park and go to see Black Panther. This is where the worst of his behavior occurred. At the time, we were both on and off flirting and had discussions that we were single. At the time, we would take each other's... Okay. We had discussions that if we were both single at this time, we would take each other's virginity. However, once he had come onto me in the back of the car, I started to get cold feet. He, however, did not want to take no for an answer. Okay. Okay. In the backseat of my car, he raped me. All the while, I was telling him how it hurt and how I didn't want to do this anymore. He kept telling me that's what he wanted as he went, but soon got bored of it and got out. I sat in my car by myself for a bit before going to join him in the movie we had planned together, and to make up, he had me buy him popcorn. I put this event out of my mind as just two virgins being bad at sex and hung out with him for the rest of the day, as he was still one of my closest friends. I have a video with him to prove we were together at the time that I was able to post only for myself and to beg him to take pictures with me. Okay, so based on what she's saying, like, there's no nuance here. Like, he would be assaulted her. It sounded like they made a promise that they would sleep together if they were still virgins at the time. Like, the way that consent works is it's not forever. If I say, hey, I will sleep with you, like, you know, tomorrow at 5 p.m., and then tomorrow at 5 p.m. comes and I decide not to do that, guess what? Like, it's not happening. Okay? What she's saying is that, like, he forced himself on her and she said, no, I want to stop. And he didn't stop. There's no nuance there. I wonder what his side of the story is, but if it's as direct as what she's saying, there's no nuance here. It's just, you know, there's no, like, interpretation issue from what she's relaying. There's no, like, I tried to hint at him that I wanted him to stop, but he wouldn't, because that's the problem we talk about, where there are women tend to be a little less direct and men tend to be less emotionally intelligent. So, you know, I always use an example of the guys like, hey, you want to go go in the bedroom and sleep together? And the girl's like, no, let's just stay here. To her, she's saying, I don't want to sleep with you. To him, it's like, oh, I guess you want to sleep with me on the couch. Right? But this is very explicit from what they're saying. Of course, there's two sides to every story. A few months later, once he had gained quite a few more subscribers and larger YouTube friends, he started ghosting me more and more often. All while I was having a BPD episode. It got to the point where he called me to cut me off, and in our flight called me a bad slur who thinks she's a boy and will never be. Okay, so basically called, okay. This extremely hurt me and caused me to spiral more. I almost needed to be institutionalized, but thankfully for my social support system, I wasn't. Okay. That's mean. I don't care about this as much. It's mean if he did say these things. I care more about this. Well, did he respond? Months passed, and when I tried to come out about the emotional abuse I suffered, I received harassment from his fans. I received calls from my house, telling me to kill myself. Furthermore, my poor mental health eventually, however, subsided, and through return events, I was able to set up a call to reconcile with him. In this call, he tried to gaslight me further, claiming that I had led him on, or worse, assaulted him instead, all in front of a mediator who thankfully knew better than to believe him. In this call, he screamed at me, threw things and broke things, and continued to try to gaslight me. If you have the call, did she release it? However, thanks to Danny, Lord of Bum, incredible, he calmed down and apologized for some of his behavior. However, I do not believe it was sincere. If you record the call, you set up a call to reconcile and you had a mediator. I'm truly sorry that I stayed silent for these issues for years, but I cannot keep silent. I have been scared for my life and how the public will treat me, but I am too scared that I am not the only victim to keep silent anymore. Anyone who may have been victimized is more than encouraged to DM me, and I hope you're okay. I know that many of you will not believe me. I don't care. For those of you who do, thank you for your ear, and I hope that you stay safe. TLDR, I was raped by quite emotionally abused teen, dead names, called slurs, and gaslit for sounds for 6 years. Listen, here's the thing. Like, by the way that they're recounting it, it was very clear it was like sexual assault. But I mean, we're at the point where, you know, I'm just gonna operate innocent until we're guilty. I don't know what his side of the story. Did he respond? I just don't know. Did he respond or no? I don't know what to say. You know, I don't know the specific ins and outs, or I don't know what their response was. Somewhere in the middle, they'll be the truth. But that's just how I'm gonna operate. Let's see.
Okay, now this is a little different from every other situation we've come across before where YouTubers are being exposed, because usually it's like this anonymous Twitter account from 16 years ago or something saying that this YouTuber harassed me in this random time. I'm anonymous, so I'm not going to provide any proof or anything. I'm just going to say this YouTuber is a horrible person. But this person actually shows their own face as well as Quite's face, which is a huge deal. Keep in mind, Quite is a pretty big YouTuber whose identity is...
How did they show us the face?
Pretty much anonymous.
That's proof that they might have known each other. But again, like, you know, this is a serious accusation. I just believe in operating as, like, you know, innocent until guilty, I suppose.
Every single video you watch, he'll wear like this mask and a complete hoodie from head to toe. So basically covering every single aspect of his body. So he really doesn't want people to know who he is. Now, as someone who did that before as well, behind like gameplay videos or when I did a mask reveal, it is incredibly uncomfortable to appear in videos like that. So the fact that he was covering from head to toe each time, meaning that he really wanted to protect his identity. So now it's just kind of out there. So let's first look at the original tweet, look at the tweet longer, look at the accusations, then look at the responses of people on Twitter, and then look at the screenshots that supposedly back up some of the allegations. Okay, so here we got Vriska's #1 defender saying, I refuse to be silent any longer. Read here, tweet longer. And it's got 1.6 million views, lots of impressions, everything. Drop Quite is trending. His comment section is filled with R word, R word, R word, R word. I used to love you, but now you're an R word. So it's a horrible situation. This is worse than the Cyrus alcohol.
Sorry, my mic is all like messed up.
Hello, I never felt I could come out about this, and I've struggled with this for years before writing this, and I doubt it'll be anything close of years after I write this, and this will ever be released. But in the case that you are reading this, I have to come out and lay it what has happened to me. I was R-worded by a man...
We can skip through some of this because we've already kind of got this.
And I told his decision to me to know him, wanted to do something for him, and eventually take up a great amount of my time. So there's a lot of backstory to this, and the story has been corroborated by a bunch of other people, and the pictures as well. A bunch of people who kind of know him IRL follow that. It seems to be kind of a true thing. I don't know about the story entirely, but...
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they knew each other at the very least, sure.
The fact that the images of Quite seem to be quite real. Eventually, we met in real life a few times. I had transphobic parents, so I told him my dead name to use only when my parents were talking to him. But after knowing this information, he would use it as a way to belittle me. The first...
Okay, we already got through this. Let's see what the more information is.
By Quite, incredibly serious. Quite's mods shut down each channel one by one at a time. Each time someone tries to talk about what's happening with Quite, even messages saying they'll DM the info to others. Obviously, I guess some of the fans don't want the story to go viral or anything, but
I think it's more that it's his Discord. So whether okay, so it might be true, but if it's not true, like, he would also have this response in his
Too
Discord.
late for that. His mods are silencing us. We are not silencing you guys. We understand your frustration. However, discussing it here is prohibited since it's a sensitive topic. We try to keep things lighthearted here. I don't think it applies once the person who owns the server, a situation like that arises. I don't think the Discord's rules applies anymore, bro. Okay.
It does. I mean, like, listen, like, let's say he's innocent. I don't know. I'm not saying that he is. Why would he want to pass false information around his Discord? So whether he's innocent or guilty, he's going to have the same response, right? That's one of the problems in this situation. Of course, he's not going to want his Discord talking about him in this way.
So let's take a look at the screenshots real quick as they provided for evidence. We got some Discord messages from 2018. Also, what are your family doing while we hang out? Because if they are out, hotel room empty. Quiet response, we'll see. On sheets, no good, bro. So I can confirm this is Quiet. I mean, I do.
They're flirting. Like, it was established in the thing that they were both flirting. They both had a mutual interest. The issue isn't that they had a mutual interest. The issue is that once it came time to sleep with each other, the girl didn't want to do it, and he, allegedly forced himself on her.
Contacts with them, commentary YouTuber. But so Quiet says the looks quiet, us meeting up is fine. Who can I tell we're dating to? If you trust them to keep it a secret, I trust your judgment. Probably keep it to people I know as well, though, unless you're really close to them. Then I get it. Ooh, changing it or something, and we got some Quiet art over here. Is this a good neutral for a mask guy? Yeah. Okay.
That looks like shit, honestly.
Okay, beyond this point, if I scroll down further, we got
I can't do any better.
Pictures of two people. One is the person in the foot longer, and the other person is Quiet, and they seem pretty close. They are kind of like hugging. One of them is a little bit lying on the other shoulders. Presumably the Twitter person lying on Quiet's shoulders. I don't want to show it just in case they want to get in trouble. There's obviously the sources will be provided. You can go check it out yourself. It's on Twitter. It's trending. It's literally everywhere. Now here we are on Quiet's latest YouTube video, and the comment section is absolutely flooded.
Why don't you just...
everywhere. Now here we are.
You're not going to show it?
Presumably the Twitter person lying on Quiet's shoulders. I don't want to show it just in case they want to get in trouble. There's obviously the sources will be provided. You can go check it out yourself. It's on Twitter. It's trending. It's literally everywhere. Now here we are on Quiet's latest YouTube video, and the comment section is absolutely flooded with a million things of saying, you know what you did was wrong. I hate you. You're one of my favorite content creators. And I'm not going to scroll anymore because there's about 5 million R words in there, which I don't want to censor. So yeah. Anyway, this Twitch streamer is this YouTuber.
Okay. I can't find the picture of them together. It doesn't really matter because I believe that they're friends in real life in some capacity. Oh, sorry. They go by he. Whatever. Sorry. Sorry. It's fine. It is what it is. Didn't really pick up on that. Either way, here's the story that we got. These two individuals met online before he was a big content creator, so we can't even go with the power dynamic, blah, blah, blah bullshit. Thank God. They were flirting. They had mutual interest in each other. They met in real life a few times, and they had like a promise to sleep with each other if they were both virgins by whatever age. When they got together, she had cold feet. She said, I don't want to do this anymore. Stop, you're hurting me. And he didn't stop. And that there's no nuance there. If that's what happened, he raped her. We just don't know the specifics. We won't know until he responds. There's two sides to every story. It's possible that there's something in there, that maybe would make him innocent, I guess. But the thing is that, like, one thing, on the one hand, I'd like to think that nobody would lie about this stuff. On the other hand, this is the internet, and unfortunately there's a lot of people who lie. I'm not saying that she is. I'm not even saying that her experience is invalid, but we need to see what he has to say first. That's pretty much it. So I guess we'll see what happens. What's going on, baby? How you doing?
Hippie Ranger became a member.
Oh, thank you so much. Is it picking up on my audio or no? Is it not? There it is.
Is getting canceled.
My fucking earbuds, man, they just fuck me up so much. Like, they're just like fucking flying into my ear. They're fucking staticky. It's pissing me off.
Right now, Drop Quiet is trending on.
Oh, this guy's fucking loud voice.
I'm for some things I like, and then
no, it's fucking. I don't understand what it is. Like, every once in a while, my like earphones will just start like cackling into my fucking ears. So annoying. I wonder if it's the actual thing. Maybe it's just too loud.
Some things that I hate. So, things that I like. Let us begin with one of the great episodes of South Park ever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's all over the fucking place. When to replace them? You think so? I have other ones. I don't know where they are. I just bought these though. Whatever. Let's see. What happened with this one? These are shit, but let me see what happens with this too. Then I'll be able to figure out if it's like actually the video or or excuse me, if it's like the computer or it's the microphone or it's the earbuds or it's my stinky ball sack. Like who fucking knows? It's crazy. Okay, play. Let's go.
So South Park, is a show that I have enjoyed. I would say on an infrequent basis from time to time.
Might be the earbuds though. These earbuds are shit. Topic got the accuser tweeted that Quiet deactivated his Discord account. Kind of shows that some aspects of the story might be true. We get no shit. We know most of the aspects are true. We're the only aspect that we like that's really contested is whether he raped her or not. They're obviously friends. The other ones are on the white bag on the futon. Oh, maybe I'll get that. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a dick to you. We like know that it's already like kind of true.
It's not like a regular watch for me, but there are certain episodes that are.
Oh, this is better. Okay. D's nuts. D's newts. How's that? All right. Let's get some hating so we can do some fucking content. We'll do some fun stuff instead of serious stuff. As always, gotta love the serious stuff, baby. Gotta love the serious stuff, baby. Gotta love the serious stuff. Super serious.
Okay, time for some things I like it.
Oh, they were doing so well. Now they're broken. Let me go get the other earbuds. So give me a second. My wife said the futon, and I went into the living room to go check out the ottoman like an idiot. Hoping it's just the earbuds that are just fucking garbage dog shit. It's not like the whole mic. It's hard to find a good pair of buds, you know? Good pair of Budweisers. Let's see how these bad boys do.
Okay, time for some things I like it and some.
They seem decent. They seem decent. Okay. They seem decent, bro. Crazy. All right, we're ready for it. All right, guys. So people were, I don't know. I think it's silly. Apparently, the royal family is suing South Park, and Ben Shapiro's where I found the information from. So we're gonna give it a watch. I'm just curious. I don't know how you can do it. South Park's pretty cool. They're pretty consistent, honest, funny. So let's see what they're suing them for.
Things that I hate.
Probably because we're finally realizing that. I know I'm gonna upset my European audience, or for however many I have. But I mean, it's just what's the point of having a king and a queen and they don't do anything? It's just a waste of money. I'm just saying. I mean, I know that you guys would be like, no, go save the queen and all this other nonsense, but I mean, that's just your pope, in my opinion. But what are you gonna do, huh?
So, things that I like. Let us begin with one of the great episodes of South Park ever. So, South Park is a show that I have enjoyed, I would say, on an infrequent basis from time to time. It's not like a regular watch for me, but there are certain episodes that are just classics. And they did, in fact, release a classic this week centered on Prince Harry and Meghan Markle and their consistent attempts to be private by constantly seeking attention. It's hysterically funny.
So let me start with you, sir. You've lived a life with the royal family, you've had everything handed to you, but you say your life has been hard, and now you've written all about it in your new book, When? Yes, that's right, French. You see, my wife and I are totally like, you should write a book because your family's like stupid and then so like journalists. So you hate journalists. That's right. And now you wrote a book that reports on the lives of the royal family. Right. So you're a journalist. We just want to be normal people. All this attention is so hard. Isn't it true, sir, that you're questionable?
I'll say one thing. Attention probably is a little difficult. Because it can be kind of annoying to get, like, some attention. But what I will say is that, like, this is the problem. See, I grew up and I used to actually work a real job. You know, and now I play video games and talk through movies, basically, right? So that's... And, like, it's different. I was substantially more stressful to actually work a real job, but sometimes it can be annoying being a little bit more in the public spotlight, so I can get that. But it sounds like the tone is probably like, oh, my life is harder than yours in some capacity. And it's like, you know, how are you going to complain about being... They don't have to work, right? Don't they just give, like, taxpayer-funded, like dollars goes to them? Like, so, I mean, there's people out there that can barely pay for their fucking energy costs, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm having a real struggle. I don't know. It seems a little silly. To me, at least. So, you know.
My wife has her own TV show and hangs out with celebrities and does fashion magazines? What are you suggesting? Well, I just think some people might say that your Instagram-loving wife actually doesn't want her privacy. How dare you, sir? My Instagram-loving wife has always wanted her privacy.
Well, you know what she wants? She just wants privacy from, like, what she wants to say. She wants to be able to, like, say whatever, but not take any, like, criticisms for being an entitled fuck. At least the Kardashians take it in stride. Okay? And they take, and which is impressive because they're always taking fucking big black dicks. So take that in stride has got to be a fucking accomplishment or something. So good for them.
And you know what else? To hell with Canada. We are leaving. We'll go find some quiet place where we can be normal people. Come on, wife.
Wait, does that mean that they no longer get paid taxpayer money? Because that's like fucking win-win. Holy moly, that's crazy. Good for them.
We want privacy. We want privacy. We want privacy.
And they then proceed to take a jet around the United States and around the world, actually, looking for privacy on what they call their worldwide privacy tour, complete with song. It is...
This episode really resonates with Ben and his autism. All right, that's not me being rude, okay? That's just me being honest. People, you know, they have their likes. You know, we all have our likes, but they like it more. And Ben's just really eating it up. He hasn't been this excited since the WAP song, so it's pretty good.
And these folks are actually, I would say they're beyond parody, but clearly they're not. South Park did an amazing job on that. There are actual rumors, by the way, that Harry and Meghan wanted to sue the creators of South Park.
Are they just rumors?
There are actual rumors that came out to that effect, which would be just a perfect example of the so-called Streisand effect. The Streisand effect is named after Barbara Streisand, the named singer, because there was a point a couple of decades back when there was an aerial photograph taken of the California coast. And nobody had ever seen this photograph. It was in a public place, but nobody ever had seen it. And this aerial photograph contained a picture of Barbara Streisand's home. It wasn't labeled or anything. And so Barbara Streisand...
I don't know. There's some video saying that Ben might have autism. It's not a bad thing. Just saying.
Freaked out, and she threatened to sue the photographer unless he took down the photo. And he was like, I'm not taking down the photo. It's a picture of the coastline. Why would I take down the photo? But because she sued him, it ended up becoming a very popular photo, and millions of people saw it. This is the same sort of thing. The fact that this was even discussed, suing South Park over this, is amazing. A representative said, it's all frankly nonsense, totally baseless, boring reports. But apparently, the response followed days of articles noting that the Duchess of Sussex was distinctly unhappy about Matt Stone and Trey Parker's depiction of the couple. The Spectator had claimed she was upset and overwhelmed by the show, and annoyed by South Park, but refuses to watch it all, despite it being unclear who its source was.
Well, okay, so did they actually threaten to sue, or are they just being pussies about it? Because if they're just being pussies about it, I mean, I don't give a shit. If they actually sued, then that's going to show, like, a huge level of entitlement. But obviously none of us likes bad coverage, am I right, guys? That's why I'm always naked. Because there's, you know, I look better like that, I guess. That's the joke. But okay.
That, by the way, is hysterically funny. She's upset and overwhelmed by the show. So one of the things in the show that is so devastating is that it points out that Harry and Meghan are claiming victimhood and are some of the least victimized people on the planet. The whole episode is about how one of the characters in South Park goes to an image consultant to remake his image as a school child, and Harry and Meghan have already gone to the image consultant, and the end of every image consultant's pitch for what your new brand should be is victim. So for the princess, it's stuff like First Lady Annoyer, victim. For the prince, it's like Prince, victim. And so when they claim victimhood, when she said, oh my God, I'm so upset and overwhelmed by something, all you have to do is go and live your life. Nobody would care. Instead, you decided that you...
Yeah, sure. All they have to do is opt out, right? Like, can't they just opt out and then, like, everything is copacetic? Like, in the real world, you can't just opt out of doing things. If you're upset that people are so upset with you, then just disappear, right? Like, can't you do that? Why can't you just do that? Oh.
We're going to go and sign a deal with Spotify, and a deal with Netflix, and that you were going to be a famous person, and that you're... again, the very notion that Meghan Markle married into the royal family because she was seeking a private life with the man she loved is absurd. As I pointed out, I mean, I did like a full review of Harry's silly book, and, you know, like, in the book, he talks about his dating history with Meghan. On, like, the 4th date, he invited her to spend a week in Africa with him. And she's like, sure. And he's like, she didn't know who I was. She didn't Google me. Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
She literally covered Kate Middleton's wedding on her Instagram page.
Wait, no, but that makes it worse. Okay, let's just say that, so he took her to Africa on, like, their first date or 4th date or whatever, and her claim is like, well, or he's like, she didn't even know me, so she must really love me. Bro, if she didn't know who you are, and, like, didn't question how the fuck you brought her to Africa, then, like, this bitch, so, excuse me, I don't want to be disrespectful, this woman doesn't care about you then. She just cares about money, right? That makes sense. It's like, oh, we're going to Africa. I don't care how. We're just going there. Okay. Like, that to me, like, they're like, oh, who are you? Like, that's asking who somebody is like the most basic sign of respect that you can give somebody. Like, who are you? Oh, I don't care. I mean, just bring me to Africa, bitch. I don't give a fuck. That's how that reads to me. So it's even more of a red flag because of that.
So,
No,
yeah,
true.
I'm pretty sure she knew who you were, and I'm pretty sure that you might be married now because she knew who you were. As it turns out, people like Prince Harry, meaning a habitual, approaching middle-aged drug user and alcoholic who can't hold down a steady job.
I mean, that sounds like my kind of guy. Am I right?
Don't tend to land B-list actresses. This is a general rule, unless they are princes. If they are princes, it seems to help the deal a little bit.
I don't know, bro. Listen, a middle-aged man that's an alcoholic, a drug addict, and has can't hold down a job, you can easily land a fat girl. I'm not.
Why settle for just food delivery when you can have food that delivers you? Fresh Direct.
What's going on, guys? Bunks here. Welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to be talking about 3 base building hotspots, what they are and why you need them to make the best possible base in No Man's Sky. Now, of course, the hotspot you want may differ, depends on what kind of base you're planning on building, but I'll go into detail of all the base types in this video and which hotspot is the best for which kind of base. I'll also be telling you how you can find the hotspots, and finally I'll be giving you some tips around making the most of these hotspots to create the most epic base you possibly can, so make sure you stick around until the end so you don't miss out on anything important. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get stuck in. The first type is the electromagnetic hotspot, and these are perfect locations for bases that are going to require a lot of power. These electromagnetic hotspots can offer you near limitless power for your base at all times of the day, so you don't need to faff around with solar panels and batteries, only for you to realise you didn't build enough to power your base overnight, meaning you have to place more down. To harness these powers of electromagnetic hotspots, all you're going to need is to place a whole bunch of electromagnetic generators down on it, and depending on the hotspot class, each generator is going to generate you 150, 220, 250 or 300 kp of power for C, B, A and S class hotspots respectively. And within the power hotspot you can place as many as electromagnetic generators as you want, subject to only No Man's Sky's base building complexity limits. The further away from the hotspot you place electromagnetic generators, the less power they will obviously produce, so try and place them down as close as possible. You can see the power levels of the electromagnetic generator hotspot as a field strength using your survey device, and this will be 15,000, 22,000, 25,000 or 30,000 for C, B, A and S class hotspots respectively. Moving swiftly onwards, let's talk about the mining hotspot. Now these hotspots will indicate the perfect location on a planet for mining resources to then sell on the space station and at trade terminals. To make the most of the mining hotspots, you should be placing mineral extractors down as close to the hotspot as possible to extract as much of that resource as possible. Again, mining hotspots can produce 250, 500, 750 or 1000 units per cycle per extractor for C, B, A and S class hotspots respectively. And again, you can place as many extractors down as you can possibly fit on the hotspot. Subject to No Man's Sky build complexity limits, of course. Each mineral extractor will only have a limit of 250 units of one resource, but if you connect them up to a supply depot using supply pipes, you can get an additional 1,000 units each, so a total of 1,250 units per extractor hooked up to a supply depot. Now, of course, extractors do require power to run, but if you can manage to find a mining hotspot within a few hundred U of a power hotspot, you're on to a winner here. I've seen a few insanely big mining bases in the past, which make most of both mining and power hotspots to generate billions of units worth of resources to sell on at space stations and trade terminals. The final note on these hotspots is that they will match the planet's available resources, so make sure you do a scan from space on the planet to be sure it's going to contain the resource you're after. These of course change per system, so in a yellow system you can expect to find hotspots with copper and activated copper. In red systems you can expect to find cadmium and activated cadmium hotspots. In a green system you can expect to find emerald and activated emerald hotspots. And finally in a blue system you can expect to find indium and activated indium hotspots. The final of the three hotspots is the gas hotspot, and these are perfect when you want to make money crafting and selling high-tech materials that require compressed atmospheric gas, such as nitrogen, radon and sulfurine. And to harness these gases, you will need gas extractors, and each extractor can produce 250, 500, 750 and 1000 units per cycle for C, B, A and S class hotspots respectively. Again, you can place as many of these extractors down on the hotspot as you can possibly fit, and once more, they will require power to work, so if you can find a gas hotspot near a power hotspot, you're on to another winner. And even better, if you can find a place where you're very close to all three hotspots for a truly unlimited, well, everything at your base. As with mineral extractors, gas extractors have a limit of 250 units of one resource each, but if you connect them up to storage silos via supply pipes, you can get another 1,000 units in there. So again, a total of 1,250 units of one resource per extractor and silo combination. Whilst you're here folks, it would be totally awesome if you could support my channel by hitting those like and subscribe buttons. So those are the details of the three hotspots, but how do you find them? Well, you're going to need to have the survey device installed on your analysis visor, and you can get the blueprint for that on board the anomaly from Iteration EOS. And then the resources you need to install it are 3 magnetic resonators, 1 quantum computer and 2 wiring looms. Once you have the survey device installed, open up your analysis visor and toggle over to surveying mode to detect these 3 different hotspots. You can toggle between the various hotspots you're searching for as well, depending on which one you're primarily looking for. A little note, just be careful of when you're walking around using your survey device while searching for hotspots, as I have done in the past, walked into aggressive creatures, hazardous flora and fallen down massive holes, which isn't ideal, so just something to be aware of. If it seems there are no nearby hotspots of that type, just keep wandering around until you see it come up with a direction and a distance. Sometimes it can take a while to find the specific hotspot you're after, so you might have to be just that little bit patient. Now, according to NMS Fandom, you should supposedly be able to find roughly 16 hotspots available with just over 1,000 new from any location, but I seem to think this is a bit over-exaggerated. But again, it's not like the hotspots are hard to find, but the ones that are hard to find are the A and S class hotspots, so take some time to find those, and they will have a higher output potential than the others. These hotspots can also occur in groups of 3 in a sort of triangle formation, roughly 400 to 500 U away from each other. So if that is the case, you can plonk your base slap bang in the middle of the triangle to make the most of all 3 hotspots without even having to do the base extension technique. Winning! So if you want to make use of more than one of the hotspots at one time at one base, you should find a good ARS class power hotspot first. When you analyze a hotspot from your server device, it will tell you on the left-hand side what class it is and what output it is. So if it's a C class, you can continue your search until you find either an A or an S class one. The good news is, once you do find a hotspot, it should then appear in your heads-up display with a little icon in the middle, depending on what kind of hotspot it is, so you can easily find it again. You can, of course, place a marker down on one of the hotspots if you wish, so you know the exact position of one of them, so you can then place your base computer somewhere in the middle of all 3 of the hotspots. That way, your base should hopefully be no more than 250 to 500 U away from any hotspot, so you can create that epic mining base that is harnessing facilities with unlimited power to get you enough units of each resource to make you billions of units in no time at all. Can't go wrong with that, right? If you want the coordinates of this epic mining base I've been exploring in this video, where you can make yourself billions of units, the coordinates are bird, sunset, eclipse, tree, sunset,
Everyone, I'd like to raise a toast to that classic rich. Now I'm making 2,000. Look at that. Out of nanites for this. Nanites for this. Now at the bottom of the screen, you'll see we have analysis mode, but you can switch over to your target sweeper by hitting your left and right D-pad, or you go to your power survey. So now I can look for power. There you go. But we're not looking for power. We can also look for minerals or gas survey way over there on the right-hand side. This is what you're looking for, and you see how it's blinking right in front of me? It's just like your target sweeper. Like if I'm looking at it right here, it says, oh, it's over actually to the left 56 meters away, or 56 units away. And so just follow this over here. And also, if you want to keep your eye over on the left-hand side of the screen, you see how it says concentrated gas cloud, but it says potential is a B class. You're looking for the best one you can get. I mean, and, you know, it goes along the lines of everything else. So a C class is okay, B class is better, A class is even better, and S class is the ultimate. You want an S class, but because I want to do this really quick and I want to get some oxygen for you guys, I'm going with the B class. You might have to spend some time walking around the planet and trying to find it. So let's see what this one is right here. We're just slowly following it, and then when you get close enough, it'll analyze it. So now we know this is where the gas is right here. This is where the oxygen is. Now, once you've scanned it, it says oxygen, B potential, location, concentration. That's exactly how much you're going to get out of there. So we know.
right here. So this is the center right here. You see how it says local concentration 58? If I move a little bit, it starts lowering. Now we're at 53. That means I'm getting away from the center of where the exact location of the oxygen is. So now we can mark this location by right here. So this is the absolute center of where the oxygen is, right here. So you want to make a, you want to make a base here. That way you can come back to it. I've made my base, oxygen farm. I put it a little farther away from where the actual center is. That way I have room to build, because we're going to need to make those two things we got earlier, right? We need to make our gas extractors, and we need to make a supply depot, because the gas extractor will take the oxygen out of the ground, but the supply depot will store it for you. That way you don't have to keep coming back and forth every like 5 minutes to pick it up. Because let me show you what this is. And actually, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to flatten it out. Now, you guys, you don't have to do this. I need mine to be flattened. So I'm going to flatten it by picking that and then going across it. So now this is all flat. You don't need to do this, but again, I like to have my stuff all lined up and, perfectly nice and easy to get to. But you don't have to do this. Oh, look, there's a buried mineral over there. So you want to get a clean area right here. Clean area. All right, so now we need to place down a gas extractor. And so right where I'm standing is like the center. So this is where we're going to get the most oxygen from, the center. And as you move out, so if you go over here, it'll be a little bit less and a little bit less. So you want to try to place it exactly in your center right there. Boom. There you go. So now I'm making, now I should be making oxygen, but it needs power. So I have my base over there. I set up all of my electrical stuff. So we can do it this way. I mean, you could just put down a solar panel right next to it if you want to. I have a gigantic solar array over here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it down to here. Again, you don't have to do it this way. I'm trying to make it nice and clean and neat looking. So we'll do it right here, and then connect it to our power. Oh, right there.
I use Grammarly on a daily basis, whether it be cold emailing firms about internships or even sending my professor an email. Grammarly is a digital writing assistant that works across multiple platforms and devices.
So now it is generating oxygen, you guys. I just got one extractor. If you go into it now, it'll tell you it's a B class. My concentration is 54%. So it's not actually in the center. I messed it up already because I moved too much. But it'll make 342 per hour. But you see over here, my overall storage, because it's only the extractor, it'll only hold 250. So we're going to need to buff that up a little bit. But before we do, we need to make some more extractors, because the more extractors you have, the more oxygen you can get out of the ground, or the more items. It doesn't matter if it's oxygen, nitrogen, or if you have a mineral extractor, you can do that as well. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to pop it down. And remember, you're going to need a lot of metal plating as well. It's going to take me 5 metal plating and 100 chromatic metal for each one of these oxygen extractors. So boom, boom, boom. Oh, this one's not powered. That one is. Whatever happens to be the case. There we go. So now they're all running. So now I have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we need about 10. Sorry, guys. I know I'm weird. We have... And each one of them will have 250 storage. But guess what? Look at this. What's going on here? It only says 250, right? This one says... And whether they're making 800 or you could do something even better. It looks like it's too big. Nope, cannot be resized. Great. But I'm going to make it right here. You don't have to put it anywhere in particular. It just needs to be able to reach your oxygen. And again, you have to run a supply pipe from this over to your extractors. They have to be connected. You have to have a pipe connecting all of them. So now I added one of those storage containers, and now I'm up to 3,500. It's going to take me 2 hours and at 33 minutes. So that is what you want to do. You want to build up around all of this stuff. You need a supply depot. You also need your extractors. So let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through and build some, and then it's not too detailed, but half an hour is pretty dang good. So look at all of my oxygen extractors. I have a good amount. I stacked them up. I think I have about 40 of them right there. And then, because I wanted to make a good amount of oxygen, I also have some extra storage containers as well. So, popping in here, let me show you how much they're making. They are making 1,000. Oh, let's get rid of that. I try to keep rid of it. Okay. They're making 1,900, so almost 2,000 oxygen per hour. And
Yo, bro.
Yeah, do your thing, bro.
Fix something on my account. PlayStation Network is tweaking right now.
Now, you can get
Copy that,
anything
bro.
Sizzlies for $5, like a warm sausage, egg, and cheese on a buttery croissant, or the new bacon burrito.
What? Controller or indeed PC out of the window in annoyance. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get stuck in. So first up, we're going to talk about your base location and why there are some locations on planets that are much better than others, depends on what type of base you want to build. And of course, you don't want to put your base in the wrong location. Now, I'm not talking about the type of planet to build a base on here, because at the end of the day, that is totally up to you. So as you may or may not know, there are 3 different types of hotspots that you can find on planets, and these will indicate a prime location for building a base. The 3 types of hotspots on planets are the electromagnetic hotspot, which is ideal for if you're creating a base which is going to consume a lot of power. Perhaps a small city or something along those lines, the electromagnetic hotspot will provide you with a near unlimited amount of power that will be supplied at your base throughout the day and night, so you don't have to worry about installing any backup solar panels and batteries. Next up is the mining hotspot, which is perfect for if you want to mine endless amounts of minerals and then sell them at nearby space stations and trading outposts to make some tasty profit. I have actually visited mining bases in the past that the No Man's Sky players have created, and these can give you literally billions of units a day if they're big enough. So if you want to mine minerals and make billions of units, make sure you place your base computer near a mining hotspot. And finally, we have the gas hotspot, and this location would be ideal for if you want to craft high-tech materials which require compressed atmospheric gas. If you don't know how to find these hotspots, well, it is pretty simple. All you need to do is have the survey device installed on your analysis visor, and voila! You can then look for these hotspots when you run around a planet that you like the look of to build yourself a brand new base. There are 4 classes of hotspot, C, B, A, and S, similar to other class systems in No Man's Sky for like ships and upgrades. And of course, the higher the class of the hotspot, the higher the output of the power, mining units, or gas units per cycle. So keep an eye out for the A and S class hotspots, because they will get you more. One final note on hotspots: if you found a good one but the location isn't quite to your liking, but there is a nice location just a short amount of units away, say less than 1,000 U, just extend your base boundaries. It's super easy, and I have previously created a video on how to do exactly that in no time, so go ahead and check that out. I'll leave a link in the description below for you. And moving on from hotspots, now let's talk about some caves. The idea of creating your very own underground bunker seems like a real awesome base idea, and of course it is. However, you need to be very wary about how you build your underground base. And by this, I mean you want to use a natural cave and not one that you create yourself. Now, coming across a natural cave that is big enough to sustain a huge underground bunker is fairly uncommon, and you're thinking, you know what, I'll just create my own cave and be done with it. And therein lies the mistake. If you do decide to create your homemade cave and build your underground base in there, things will initially seem great. But fast forward either a day or a few days of real time, when you go back to your underground base, you'll realize that it is in fact part of the ground once again, and you have to dig that cave out again and again and again. So if you do plan on building a base that has some underground part to it or completely underground, I would definitely recommend spending that little extra time looking for a big natural cave when you can build your base into, so you'd have to come back to it and see that your base has once again been reclaimed by the land and that you have in fact wasted your time. Whilst you're here folks, it would be totally awesome if you could take a second to hit those like and subscribe buttons, as I'll be covering all aspects of base building and of course other No Man's Sky areas in my future videos, so you don't want to miss out on those, do you, right? Next up, we're going to be talking about base resources. So obviously, building a good-sized base does require a lot of resources, and you don't want to make the mistake of traveling all over the place and gathering all of these resources manually, because that will take forever. And you're probably going to find out you need more anyway. You want to spend all of that time gathering resources when you can spend that time building and making yourself a perfect base. Now, of course, there are far quicker ways to get all the resources you need and then some more. The first one is just buy a bunch of the resource you want on the space station, assuming that resource is there, of course. And secondly, once you do have a small stack of said resources that you need, just do a very quick and very simple personal refiner duplication glitch. And I'm doing it on screen right now. This method will get you more than enough of the base building resources you need in no time whatsoever, so you can get back to building your next epic base in no time. Simples. The next one will likely seem rather obvious, but many people still get caught out by it, and that is just learn all of the base building components you'll find at the anomaly in one go, so you have to keep going back and forth when you want to build something specific. Then of course you figure out that you haven't unlocked that blueprint yet. You can of course use that previously mentioned personal refiner duplication glitch to duplicate the buried technology components, and then you can quickly gather enough to purchase absolutely everything you want up at the anomaly in one single go. Now, of course, there are a few extra base building components and decorations that you can buy using Quicksilver or Tainted Metal on board the Anomaly and space stations, respectively. And would you love to know a glitch which allows you to get both of these completely for free? And if so, I've got you covered. I've already created 2 separate glitch videos showing you how to do exactly that, so why don't you check them out? I'll leave a link to both of those videos in the description below for you. Not having a teleporter installed on your...
You say potato.
And I say frittata.
Potato.
Salty.
Speaking of nanites, there we go, Marvel Core. You will get 50 for each one, so a stack of 10 will give you 500 nanites. You want to do that, and it's super quick. Look at that, boom. Welcome back to No Man's Sky, everyone. Jason here, and this is our fresh start playthrough in No Man's Sky 4.0. Now, in the last episode, we finally finished off all of our stuff needed to find out where Artemis is. We needed to please some of the alien life. That way they would tell us how to use the map that Artemis gave us. I also went through and I kind of upgraded my inventory. I told you guys I would use all those maps. Well, I did. So now let's go get this map figured out so we can see where Artemis is, actually. Now, I did do a little bit of farming. Like you guys can notice, I have 8,900 nanites. I was farming sentinels. I also have $24 million because I was doing a little bit of a chlorine expansion. You know, I like to keep a stack of chlorine. If you don't know how to do that, just put oxygen and chlorine into a refiner. You can make a lot of money that way, you guys. So I was busy doing that, trying to get, prepared for the next steps of the game. It was kind of boring, me just sitting in front of a refiner, so I didn't want to put you guys through that of just watching me, stand there and refine stuff over and over again for like an hour. So There are better ways to make money, but I wanted to do something really simple and easy while I was listening to some podcasts. I don't know if you guys do that or not, but whenever I'm playing a game, if I'm playing alone, like if I'm just playing by myself, I will turn on a podcast or whatever, you know, I'll listen to something, music in the background while I'm playing the game, because, you know, it's repetitive. You're just refining stuff over and over again. All right. Let's talk to this sales geck. As I approach the life form, their beak begins to click. A strange gas issuing forth. It is unclear if Artemis's translator is working. Let's do it. The life form shakes their head, disappointed in me. What? I try resisting smelling their gas, but the odor permeates my exosuit vents. Even my life support system, I am filled with an overwhelming desire to purchase things. Okay, fine. Here, I'll give you money for the dang information. That's fine. I offer units to the Geck, repeating my request for information. The Geck smiles, the gasser is sending. They appear to have found the extra exchange of money to decipher the star chart. The alien even went so far as to claim those stars did not exist. That's impossible. I can't have traveled that far from the charted space. You found my ship. How did you get there? As I speak, the line begins to crackle with interference. Artemis looks up at the stars in panic. The stars, they've altered since I made that chart. Blinked out. How is this possible? What's happening to me? I need to get out of here. I need to... And then sits off. It is quiet at first, but there is an unmistakable growing steadily louder. There it is, unmistakable growing louder with each passing moment. A sound beneath their words. A sound as if glass could scream. That's a very strange description, okay. Comfort Artemis. What's going on, Artemis? I try to comfort Artemis, but my words feel strangely hollow. I can do nothing. Artemis speaks to me again. I discovered the glyphs for a portal traveler, a gateway between worlds. I thought it would lead me to another of our kind, but now, I don't even know if the voice is real. The pathway collapsed while I was inside. I found this place in the darkness. I thought perhaps it was a planet. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I can see their faces. There are seeds of glass within their... Okay, give me the glyphs. They're gone. My data fragmented in the... I just wanted to discover worlds. I wanted to find other travelers. I didn't. 16. Warn your face. Please, not yet. I'm not... Oh, God. Yeah, this is breaking up a lot. The signal cuts off. As it crackles into oblivion, I hear a name through the static. Apollo. A frequency for Apollo has been added to my holo terminus contacts. So we need to talk to Apollo. And all of this stuff. Where are we doing that? Nope, we need to talk to Nada on the space anomaly because they need to figure out what the heck is going on as well. They're going to want to know what happened to Artemis. That's some good stuff. Oh yeah, we can check in with Ares and see if we got some nanites going on because we've been increasing all of our journey milestones, and as your milestones increase, you get more rewards from Ares. So that is something we could do. Let's get in here. Quicksilver Merchant and the Twitch rewards, but we're not going to worry about that now. I might do that once I beat the storyline. I'll go talk to Helios. Let's see if I can get a little bit from him. Usually Helios will only give you a little bit, but you know, you get a little bit. Data from planets. And remember, it's different all the time, so... Oh, 15, good lord, that's not a lot. I thought I was going to get like 50 or something. Alright, Iteration Ares, let's do this. Remember, we can check in with them and with our milestones, transmit milestone data. And... how much did I get from him? 800, I'll take 800 nanites. Very, very good. That's a good amount right there. So now we're up to, almost 10,000. Almost 10,000 nanites. Man, we are doing really good with that. What have you learned, Traveler? What generates Artemis Entity's signal? He went through a portal. He kind of screwed himself. I tell Nada how we failed to understand Artemis' location. I explain their strange message, Apollo, and the portal glyph. Nada pauses. Their light blinks as they process the information. Artemis slips between worlds into the data fall. Our home lives in these spaces, but these holes are stable and small. Not as worried, traveler. Cracks between the iterations should not widen. It will not help us. Artemis entity still does not remember Nada? No, he didn't. This is a puzzle, maybe a trap or a tragedy. Apollo entity is unknown to Nada, more puzzling still. If Traveler entity is curious, Nada has advice. Of course. The rampant crimson is the work of Atlas falsity. Other Korvax say deity, God. Nada knows better. Atlas false entity hunts Nada, but Traveler may seek them out and draw them away. So he wants me to be the bait and draw away the Atlas. That way the Atlas doesn't follow Nada and Polo. Boundaries are strange things, traveler friend. Most things stay where they belong. Other things, our home, Atlas, and now the Artemis friend, slips between. Serious. What about portals? Yeah. Just devices, traveler friend, to be understood, copied, advanced. That is all we can do with this universe, yes? Appreciate it. All right. Got some Quicksilver, got some nanites. All right, so now let's make sure we're going into our Ghost of the Machine. We need to return to space and search for Apollo. So let's go talk to Apollo. We got this. Come on. He should call us automatically, I think. You never know. All right, we got some frigates coming in. Oh, we have to scan. Okay, scanning for it. Hollow terminus marked. Where? All the way over here. Okay, let's go to this hollow terminus and talk to Apollo.
When it's time to shop for new furniture for your home, don't shop ordinary. Shop family discount furniture. From living rooms to dining rooms to bedrooms to office decor.
Always coming back to this. Seems a little bit, kind of like a jerk right now, Apollo. Why do you... And while we're here, this is a brand new system. While we're supercharged, I'll just make that, do that on my own.
Okay, this is where
Return to your base. We need to make an overseer death. And then our battery is 3.
extension.
What's going on, guys? Bunks here, and today I'm back with another No Man's Sky base video, and today I'm going to be showing you how you can extend limits of your base so you can make it absolutely massive. Now, this is really easy to do and doesn't take you long at all, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get stuck in. Now then, as you may or may not know, the default buildable area of any of your bases is 300U from your base computer, both across the planet's surface and up into the sky. Now, this may sound like a good amount, but what if you wanted to create yourself, let's say, a racetrack or some other gigantic structure that happens to be on a higher vantage point compared to your base computer? 300U just won't do for that now, will it? I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that there is a simple method to increase this radius to at least 1000U and even just a little bit more if you really want to build something that big. So, increasing your base boundaries is really simple, and let me show you how you can do it. As you can see, if I'm stood to just within 300U from my base computer, I can still access all of my base building parts, no problem. But then if I step out of that 300U boundary, I no longer have access to my base building parts, and instead only have access to my portable technology. So, with that being said, first of all, make sure you're stood just within that 300U from your base computer so you can access your base building parts. Now, select something fairly big that requires little resources to build, and I'm going to choose a wooden wall because they're easy to spot to remove once you've started building beyond the default base boundary. And with that being said, with that wall selected, place it just outside of the boundary that you're currently stood in, but don't put it too far away. A newly placed base item will have a buildable area around it of roughly 50U, and you need that to cross over the initial base boundary of 300 units. And I'll show you what I mean on the diagram in just a few minutes. So, once that wall's been placed down, if you now walk up to that wall and then step a little ahead of it, you can then place another wall further ahead. But again, make sure to stay within roughly 50U from that previous wall. You probably guessed the next part is you can rinse and repeat these steps all the way up to 1000U away from your base computer. Pretty cool, right? And of course, simple. So once you've hit 1000U away from your base computer, you can't keep repeating these steps, as it seems this is a hard limit for extending your base outwards. But what you can do is extend just that little bit further. And to do that, you need to make sure your character is still stood within the 1000U from your base, and then you can place the final wall just outside of that limit. Simples. The base parts that you've used to extend your base should now all count as part of the basic buildable area, and if you're inside those base part boundaries, anything else you build will belong to that base and should snap to your other base parts, and most importantly, it should also be uploaded when you decide to upload to base. So let me show you what this looks like in a simple diagram. So as you can see, the first circle of the initial 300U base boundary, and if you place another base part outside of it, you need this to overlap the area between the two. And of course, when you continue to build outwards with the method I just showed you, you will need to have the overlap each wall or other base part that you've chosen, otherwise those walls and anything you build around them won't actually belong to your base and will disappear if you walk elsewhere. As you can also see, you're only actually extending out from your base in a fairly narrow corridor of about 50U wide, so you probably want to do this in a few directions away from your base computer so that your entire base radius is extended rather than just small corridors here and there. So there are a couple of things you need to be wary of when extending your base boundary, however. Your boundary will be locked if you do one or two things in the game, such as teleport, warp to another system, or use a portal. So you want to make sure that you fully unlocked your boundary and built in it before performing any of those actions. And the easy way to do that is to simply save your game and reload it, and that should unlock your base boundary for you. So when you perform any of those previously mentioned actions, you're not going to lose any of the extended base that you've already built. So another thing to know is that when you do lock the boundary again by either teleporting, warping, or using a portal, your base boundary will automatically revert back to its original 300U radius from the base computer. Now, it's not as bad as it sounds. You won't actually lose anything that is already built in that boundary extension, but you will have to re-extend the boundary if you want to start building beyond that 300U radius again. So my advice here would be to build absolutely everything you want in the new extended boundary tunnel before performing an action that's going to revert it back to its 300U radius. If you do want to build outwards again after reverting back to 300U from your base computer, you should unlock the boundary again by repeating the steps I mentioned earlier in the video. You can tell if you're building within the boundary limits because the base parts should snap to one another, and you should also see this symbol above the base computer. And there you have it, folks. That is an easy way to expand the radius of your base, and of course it will take you no time at all to do it. Pretty simple, right? And as always, if you found this video useful, it would be totally awesome if you could hit those like and subscribe buttons whilst you're here, so you never have to miss out on any of my future No Man's Sky videos. I will of course be doing more videos on all aspects of No Man's Sky, from base building and updates, to beginner guides, glitches and amazing locations, and much more, so you don't want to miss out on those, right? As always, thank you for watching, and catch you next time.
Welcome back to No Man's Sky, everyone. Jason here, and we've just completed our Atlas path right there. We got our Atlas seeds. So now, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go expand our base. So we need to go back to our base, which is in Euclid, the starter galaxy. We completed the main storyline. We went to another galaxy. So now we need to head back. Let's go over to we can't go to the Outlaw Station. Alright, let's see. I don't think we can teleport from the Outlaw Station, but maybe I'm wrong. I think when you're in a pirate system, it only lets you teleport to other pirate systems. And because my base is not in a pirate system, I don't think it'll let me go. But we'll check it out. We want to make 100% sure before I say it conclusively. If that's a word. I don't think that's a word. Alright, we have a good inventory. Oh yeah, we need to get we need to buy our exosuit upgrade as well. Our exosuit slot inventory upgrade. While we're here, anyway, we're lading here. We got some good stuff. Let's see this. We can get some nanites. Buy all that. Get our nanites out of there. Alright, and also, do they have any hazard protection modules? The black market hazard protection modules are really good. But they're not all over the place, so sometimes it's hard to find them. I don't think they have them. Hyperdrive, I'll take one of those. I'll take 3 of them. Oh my goodness, alright. Synchronized Boltcaster, Positron. I don't have a Positron ejector yet. Alright, I think that's it. Okay. So we got our hyperdrive. Let's see if this is better than the ones we have. So, 287 and 100%. That's better than this. 236. 242, and this one is, that's the overcharged one, so let's see what this one is. This one is 315. Yeah, that's why it's in the overcharge. So this beats out all my S-Class, so we will take it. That's why you want to check those black market upgrades, you guys. Those black market upgrades can be good, or, like in this case, it can be terrible. 59 is not good. So it doesn't give me even 2 of them anyway, so do that. One more try. 100% now. Still not good. Okay, so 1 out of 3. That's still pretty solid. That down there. This needs to go on our exosuit. Alright, I think that's it. Alright. So we got all that stuff. Oh, do you have a good... What is it? Is this a... Oh, it is! Guys, this is an experiment. Oh, it's a C-class. Dang it! This is an experimental. So it is a really good multi-tool. But it's a C-class. I'm going to have to upgrade the crap out of it. You know what? I do have 26. I still need 10 to go from a C to a B, and then 25 to go from a B to an A. And should I get it? Should I get this? Why not? Let's try it. 4 million, I will get it. So it did not replace my old one, so I can use that one. But I'm going to keep my old one because my main one right now is an A-class. So this one's still the best. But if I, start farming some nanites, maybe I'll get enough and I'll be able to upgrade that experimental. I love the experimentals. You can't. Oh, wait a minute. I can't go there, but I can go back to my base. So if I go to the space station, it'll tell me whichever ones they're not in the... It doesn't tell me which ones are where. Okay. Let's see this one. Oh, I can't even go. Does it tell me which system it's in? Or which galaxy it's in? It does not tell me the galaxies. Okay. Well, we know this one is in Euclid, so we'll go back to my base. Let's go do it. So I have an experimental. I love that. I'll slowly maybe upgrade that unless I find the one that's way better. Then I'll just trade it. Because you can, if you want to save a little bit of money, you can trade an old one for a new one. Oh, I forgot ours is in a purple system. Whoa! I forgot. This is where our guys were. Hey, Overseer, what's going on? We're doing the base building stuff. Things are going well, friend, but it will not be long before violence follows us here. It is inevitable. If I had some microprocessors, I could steely march on fate. Yes, I would design a weapons terminal suitable for a Viking armorer. The Overseer asks me for processors in order to design a weapons terminal. The scientist should be able to assist with the task. Okay. Toil Gek has been helpful so far, and I have no reason to distrust them. I shall find them the microprocessors they need. Well, let's do it. We got to talk to the scientists. Unknown life form. I passed my test. Ooh. Oh yeah, it's been like a million years since we've actually talked to the scientists. The last thing we tried with him was we plugged him into the mainframe, and all the other Korvax denied him because he was tainted by the anomaly, me. And so they said they were going to cut him off. I am free to explore, free to pursue my passion for structural analysis. Do you have data to operate on? An observatory would supply some. I think of all that might be done. The Korvax appears to have no memory of our previous encounter. I do not know if they feel reconnected with the conversions or if they simply do not recall what they should feel like. I should visit an observatory for them and see if the structural analysis they claim to enjoy will prompt a memory. Okay. I look forward to seeing the results, Traveler. All right, I guess we're going to go to the observatory. Let's see. Come on. Search inside of the building. Okay, right there. That's where we're getting. Where's my ship? Oh, my dog Charlie's going crazy. Probably the mailman. So you guys know what time in the afternoon I am, well, you probably wouldn't know if you're in my neighborhood. I get mail in the afternoon, and so my dog Charlie loves to go after the mailman, make sure, the house is safe when the mailman arrives. All right. Let's get over here. Let's see what's going on. Oh, let's talk to this Gek. This trader has been expecting me. They point to their chest, open their arms wide, and beam pleasantly. They then point to me and my concern for my safety. What? The Gek Trade Federation offer help. That is a full sentence. What? The Gek Trade Federation offers help? Brushing the desert sand for my exosuit. They indicate they might make my journey more bearable. Request help with the Sentinels? Yeah, what's that? That should be a multi-tool upgrade. Nodding, the researchers reaches into their stores. They offer me their multi-tool and... Oh, they just offered me the whole multi-tool. I thought it was going to be an upgrade. I don't want your broken multi-tool, though. This thing's terrible. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to refuse your gift, but that thing is stuck. Data siphon installed. Accessing. The observatory appears to have been calibrated for a single purpose, to locate the interfaces of a being the Korvax call the Atlas. After many years, the inhabitant of this facility succeeded in their quest, disappearing without a trace. Except for there's a Gek right over here. Okay, let's download the data. There's a Gek right behind me. But yeah, he left. So maybe he came after the Korvax left. Always check these damaged machinery, because they could give you nanites or an upgrade of some kind. A material. Let's see, we got nanites. That makes sense. All right, we're going to go back to the scientists and tell them what we found. Oh, wait. Where's it at? There's a save beacon around here, I know it. Where are you at, save beacon? Is there not a save beacon? I guess not. That's weird. How is there not a save beacon here? That is really strange. Oh, there is one. I just can't see. I'm not paying attention. All right, let's save beacon. My blue ball. There we go. Let's go. Back over to the scientists at our base. There we are. Base number 1. And he should give us the recipe to build microprocessors, but we already have that recipe. So just FYI, we already learned it. I learned it on my own. But he would give it to you if you did not know it already. Do this. Traveler, while you have been absent, Korvax has detected anomalies. I feel alone. Perhaps the data will have the answer. Okay, here you go. This data contains no answers, Traveler, merely these blueprints for living glass and a beacon. Oh, I can make a safe beacon. There you go. The convergence is absent, traveler. I can feel myself slipping further. Perhaps that beacon may be of some use. Construct one and the convergence may find me again. All right. Corvex is grateful, traveler. I shall also work on my own.
Solid 3 hours. Alright, guys. I'm gonna pause the stream right here. Go get something to eat real quick. I will be back.
Totally do that. Let's put it down right here. Use it to save. Now, you don't want to pick it up because that's
where food is considered a sign of wealth, getting fat is the thing to do.
And we're back.
A lot of diabetes,
Woo.
a lot of hypertension, a lot of
Yeah.
overweight people, and over 2/3 of the population lives in
Nothing
metros,
happened.
and their air
Just
quality sucks too. So we're kind of seeing
took
the
a little
worst
nap, I
aspects
think.
of the Indian system and the American system.
Knock the fuck out.
So their overall health
But I'm back.
is worse than ours. Diabetes. Are black hole?
Oh shit, I just wanted to hear about that.
Hey, honey, do you want to cuddle?
Now?
Yeah.
We're in Walmart.
I want the world to see our love.
I don't want to cuddle right now. I'm going to look at us weird. I don't want people. Alright,
Hey, honey, do you want to cuddle? The square knot, the once illegal.
honey, what do you want for Christmas? What did you say?
I said fuzzy socks, pajamas, baby number 2.
Oh, another baby. When do you want this baby?
Not right now. We can play that get some layaway for a bit.
Hey, honey, what?
Today, I'm going to be doing one of the weirdest chemical reactions ever. The worst thing as a soldier is seeing all the really cool technology that you're never going to use. Okay, so number 1, breacher's tape. Okay, so there's something out there called breacher's tape, and it's really expensive. This one's $53 a roll. It could run up to $100 a roll, and it's pretty much the greatest way ever to put your charge on a door or whatever you want, but it's too expensive and you never get to use it. Number 2, a javelin. I'll never forget looking at our javelin in the arms room, picking it up and being like, man, I really want to use one of these, but a lot of soldiers will never, ever get to use a javelin. It's way too expensive to use, and you can only use them in very specific situations. M14 enhanced battle rifles. Now, there are a ton of these just laying around throughout the Army, and no one's using them. This is because the Army wanted soldiers to essentially be what were called long-range marksmen, not snipers, but people who could shoot far, and instead, now soldiers are just using ACOGs. The worst thing as a soldier is seeing all the really cool technology that you're never going to use. Okay, so number 1, breacher's tape. Okay, so there's something out there called breacher's tape, and it's really expensive. This one's $50.
If you got a civilization of wizards who can teleport at will, and they have their mail delivered by nature's slowest bird, that's fucking animal cruelty. That's not okay. That's not okay. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say you can't operate in the grounds of Hogwarts. Why are we running our civilization based on the bylaws of one school? Yeah. The idea that I would be able to teleport anywhere with no effort and I would ever write someone a letter is fucking crazy.
If we want to be logistical about the entirety of Harry Potter, Hogwarts is the Illuminati. They run the world because if you can do the things they're doing, why the would they not be just helming the future of society and becoming just an entirely oppressive political force that nobody can argue against?
And also on the flip side, if you're not an oppressive political force, you're just allowing the horrors of the world to happen. If you've got a civilization of wizards who can teleport at...
In 1956, a 15-year-old girl found a fossil like this in a forest in the UK. She told her geography teacher, who said that was impossible. Those rocks dated to older than the Cambrian period, which at the time was thought to be the earliest period that animals existed in. A year later, a boy around the same age found the same fossil and brought it to the attention of scientists. And it became one of the weirdest and most significant fossils ever found. It was named Charnia. The first ever fossil found from the pre-Cambrian was the oldest fossil of its time. Charnia lived over 550 million years ago. It wasn't like any life forms alive today. It might look like a plant. These fossils have been found in what would have been deep water, so it couldn't access light. And whether or not it was an animal has kind of gone back and forth. For a long time, they were considered a different life form entirely. The new evidence of their development suggests that maybe bees were some of the earliest animals on the planet.
air quotes, good cartel.
I'm making the favorite meals of U.S. presidents, and today it's the man who was a weeb, but for France. Thomas Jefferson. Tommy J loved a saucy mac and cheese, and it was in France where he first tried it. While there, he also fell in love with how the French were beheading people during the Revolution. He would often tell George Washington that the guillotine was cool as heck, and that they needed to decapitate more people in America because it was currently trending. Despite his bloodlust, Thomas was a sensitive little e-boy who spent a lot of time writing steamy letters in his bromance with John Adams. While they were close friends for decades, they became enemies when both ran for president in 1796. Eventually, they kissed and made up, reigniting their passionate friendship, and died on the exact same day in 1826. Thomas also wrote the Declaration of Independence or something like that. Sounds like some boring nerd stuff. I'm making the favorite meals of U.S. presidents, and today it's the man who was a weeb, but for France. Thomas Jefferson. Tommy J loved a saucy mac and cheese, and it was in France where he first tried it. While there, he also fell in love with how the French were beheading people during the Revolution. He would often tell George Washington that the guillotine was cool as heck, and that they needed to decapitate more people in America because it was currently trending. Despite his bloodlust, Thomas was a sensitive little e-boy who spent a lot of time writing steamy letters in his bromance with John Adams. While they were close friends for decades, they became enemies when both ran for president in 1796. Eventually, they kissed and made up, reigniting their passionate friendship, and died on the exact same day in 1826. Thomas also wrote the Declaration of Independence or something like that. Sounds like some boring nerd stuff. I'm making the favorite meals of U.S. presidents, and today it's the man who was a weeb, but for France. Thomas Jefferson. Tommy J loved a saucy mac and cheese, and it was in France where he first tried it. While there, he also fell in love with how the French were beheading people during the Revolution. He would often tell George Washington that the guillotine was cool as heck, and that they needed to decapitate more people in America because it was currently trending. Despite his bloodlust, Thomas was a sensitive little e-boy who spent a lot of time writing steamy letters in his bromance with John Adams. While they were close friends for decades, they became enemies when both ran for president in 1796. Eventually, they kissed and made up, reigniting their passionate friendship, and died on the exact same day in 1826. Thomas also wrote the Declaration of Independence or something like that. Sounds like some boring nerd stuff. I'm making the favorite meals of U.S. presidents, and today it's the man who was a weeb, but for France. Thomas Jefferson. Tommy J loved a saucy mac and cheese, and it was in France where he first tried it. While there, he also fell in love with how the French were beheading people during the Revolution. He would often tell George Washington that the guillotine was cool as heck, and that they needed to decapitate more people in America because it was currently trending. Despite his bloodlust, Thomas was a sensitive little e-boy who spent a lot of time writing steamy letters in his bromance with John Adams. While they were close friends for decades, they became enemies when both ran for president in 1796. Eventually, they kissed and made up, reigniting their passionate friendship, and died on the exact same day in 1826. Thomas also wrote the Declaration of Independence or something like that. Sounds like some boring nerd stuff. I'm making the favorite meals of U.S. presidents, and today it's the man who was a weeb, but for France. Thomas Jefferson. Tommy J loved a saucy mac and cheese, and it was in France where he first tried it. While there, he also fell in love with how the French were beheading people during the Revolution. He would often tell George Washington that the guillotine was cool as heck, and that they needed to decapitate more people in America because it was currently trending. Despite his bloodlust, Thomas was a sensitive little e-boy who spent a lot of time writing steamy letters in his bromance with John Adams. While they were close friends for decades, they became enemies when both ran for president in 1796. Eventually, they kissed and made up, reigniting their passionate friendship, and died on the exact same day in 1826. Thomas also wrote the Declaration of Independence or something like that. Sounds like some boring nerd stuff. I'm making the favorite meals of U.S. presidents, and today it's the man who was a weeb, but for France. Thomas Jefferson. Tommy J loved a saucy mac and cheese, and it was in France where he first tried it. While there, he also fell in love with how the French were beheading people during the Revolution. He would often tell George Washington...
My bad, guys. I'm just sitting here listening to the same bullshit. Hold on. I'm gonna try to find the actual thing to watch. Oh, here we go.
We make robots for restaurants, automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. Then my engineers would be asking me, where's my...
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Colmat, and today I'm going to be showing you the best technology for your freighters. And before the video starts, I do just want to go ahead and make clear this video is going to be more recommended for people who are newer to the game, who haven't played in a long time, or for someone who just now got their very first freighter, because I will just be covering the technology on the ship, so if you've tangled with the freighter a little bit, you probably know exactly what all this technology already does. But with that being said, let's jump right into the video. So the first thing you're going to want to do once you land on your freighter is you're going to want to go up through your teleporter, or you can take the stairs. Either way, we're going to be looking for the control panel here. So you're going to see we're going to have this guy on the left, and we're going to have the captain in the back. That's how you know you have it lined up correctly. We're going to go into the upgrade control, and then we're going to hit base parts and upgrades. So here's where we're going to have the stuff for our fleets. We're going to have all our hyperdrop upgrades here. We're going to have the matter beam, which is going to allow us to transmit our materials, whether we're on the ship or not, so we can be on a planet. We can go ahead and transmit it up to the ship, which is really, really useful. And some new technology with the newest freighter update. You can see here we have the interstellar scanner. So this is basically going to be your economy scanner, but for your freighter. Mainly the big thing you're going to want to buy on this page is going to be the matter beam. Now, if you have the salvage frigate modules for it, go ahead and buy everything, but the matter beam is the #1 thing that I would grab for sure. But all we want to do now is just go to the next page over. So you can see up top, we can just go ahead and click this and we can go over to the next page. Now, for the purpose of this video, I have went ahead and got all the technologies that were available here. So you can see the stuff over on the left side I haven't gotten because it's all the catwalks, the platforms, stuff like this. This isn't necessarily technology. This is just stuff to make your freighter base look a little bit better. So again, go ahead and get that if you need it. But for the purpose of this video, I won't be showing those off because they don't serve any purpose outside of your cosmetics. So now that we have all these items purchased, we'll just go ahead and show what each individual one of these do. And just to make it easier, we've just made a blank room here to go ahead and show all the different parts. And I have actually went through with the newest 4.0 update. I went into the difficulty settings and I've turned the crafting to free as well as the purchases, so I was able to go ahead and get all the technology. And the first piece of technology we have is the fleet command room. This is what's going to allow you to go ahead and send out your fleets on expeditions. So we can go ahead and place one here. Now we will need one of these for every single expedition we want to send out. So you can send out 5 frigates per expedition, but you can only do 1 expedition per fleet command room. So you can see here, there's nothing here. We can walk up to it. It won't really give us any information. It just tells us that there's nothing assigned. So we'll go ahead and leave. Now what you would do if you wanted to go ahead and send out your fleets is you're going to want to go back to this control terminal. Now it may be laid out a little bit differently on yours, but you're just going to want to go back to the center. You're going to look for your plan and dispatch. We're going to view the potential expeditions, and then this is where you'd be able to send them out. So we'll just choose a balanced expedition, and we will send out the Normandy on this one. So we'll just go ahead and send that out, and then we can go ahead and launch it. Now it says we do need 150 tons of fuel. Luckily, I already had some. If you didn't, you'd be able to craft it there. And this is also where you would be able to put your upgrade modules. I don't have any because I didn't unlock them, but if you did have them unlocked, you can see the different things that they would do. Sometimes it'll make it a little bit faster. Sometimes you'll get better stuff back. So it all depends on what you want to do. I personally don't think these are really worth it because normally I send my expeditions out before I get off, and then the next day they're done. But it depends on how you want to play. So go ahead and use those to your advantage. We'll go ahead and launch the expedition. And now that we've headed back, you can see this now has our Normandy on here, and we would be able to go ahead and manage the expedition. Go in, connect to the ship. He'll tell us exactly what's going on, give us some progress about how long it's left. So we have 20 hours, 34 minutes left, and then we could abort it if we wanted to. I'm not going to in this case. We'll just go ahead and leave. Now, a few things you want to know. If these are green, that means that the expedition's done. If they're red, it means that that specific ship has been critically damaged, and you might want to go ahead and recall it. But that's really all you're going to have to know for the fleet command room. Again, this is one of the most useful pieces of technology for your freighter. It allows you to get all kinds of different stuff, as well as now with the new living frigates, you can bring back upgrades for your living ship. So definitely go out and use these. They're going to be well worth your time. Up next on the list, we have the scanner room. Now, this one is pretty self-explanatory. We're going to go ahead and place this here. So it gives a diagram. Now, this isn't a current diagram of the system. I really wish that that was a little detail that they had, but it still looks really cool. What we're going to do with this is we'll go ahead and pull up our menu here. We'll go over to discoveries. And in this case, we've already explored the entire system. Let's say that this system hadn't been discovered yet. We would go ahead, activate this probe. It'll pull up the planets, and we would be able to see exactly what's on every single planet without having to get out of the ship and explore it ourselves. So it's really nice if you're looking for a particular type of planet or if you're looking for a very particular type of mineral. Very useful piece of technology, but that is all it does. Up next, we have the teleport chamber. Again, this one's pretty self-explanatory. We'll go ahead and place this down. It is just a teleporter that is built in for your freighter, so we can go ahead and use this, and we can teleport to any systems, any bases that we have been to, as well as the space stations. I wish you could go straight to the anomaly, but it doesn't allow you to do that, unfortunately. You still have to get out and go into space to go to the anomaly, but still very useful. And I don't think you actually need this to teleport to your freighter. You just need it to teleport away from your freighter. So you don't necessarily have to have it if you only want to teleport to your freighter. Up next, we have the appearance modifier room. We'll go ahead and place this down. This is going to be the exact same appearance modifier that you have on the anomaly, as well as the space station. It doesn't give you anything new, just the same old appearance modifier that you normally have. So it's cool to have it on your ship. I really don't think it's worth it. I normally do all my appearance modifying as soon as I get to the very first space station. So for me, this isn't really worth it. This is kind of one of those things that if you had extra salvage frigate modules after you bought everything else, I would get this. Otherwise, I would say stay away from it. It doesn't really give you any extra benefits. It does look cool, though. Now, these next few I am going to go ahead and group together because they are very, very similar. So we have the science specialist, the construction specialist, we have the agriculturist, we have the exocraft specialist, and the weapons specialist. These are all going to be people that you have for your base. You can go ahead and bring that up to your freighter now. I don't think it's worth it. Again, it's kind of one of those things that if you do all your business on your freighter, I would say go ahead and go for it. Otherwise, I would just keep them at your base. They're not going to get any extra advantage of being in space, but it is cool to have them on your ship. So if you want extra crew members, it's cool to go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and give an example. Business on your freighter, specialist. These are all going to be people that you have for your base. You can go ahead and bring that up to your freighter now. I don't think it's worth it. Again, it's kind of one of those things that if you do all your business on your freighter, I would say go ahead and go for it. Otherwise, I would just keep them at your base. They're not going to get any extra advantage of being in space, but it is cool to have them on your ship. So if you want extra crew members, it's cool to go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and give an example. We'll just place down the weapons terminal room, and then we'll go ahead and walk up to it, and then it'll bring our weapons terminal guy. So it's going to do that with every single one of these. Again, I don't really think it's worth it, but that's up to you to decide. I'm just showing you exactly what they do. The next and final piece of technology for the high-tech modules is going to be the Galactic Trade Room, so we'll go ahead and place this down. This is just a trade terminal for your ship, and you can see it does follow you around when you look. Well, this is going to be very useful for, say, you're jumping into a system looking for a very specific material. You can just go in here, look, and see if that system has what you're looking for. If they don't, you can jump to the next system. It also allows you to easily sell your materials if you're on your freighter. Now, one thing is, it's kind of like the markets on the planets, so you still won't be able to buy like wiring loom and then a few other items. Wiring loom specifically, I know, but then it is going to have a smaller inventory, so for your full inventory, you're still going to want to go to your space stations and even speak with the pilots to make sure you get anything possible in that system. But it is very useful to have this, especially just to sell your items. Now, the next two rooms I will go ahead and group together as well. That's going to be the cultivation and the double cultivation chamber, so you can see. We'll go ahead and place down the double, and then we'll place down the single as well next to each other. What this is going to allow you to do is it's going to allow you to place your different plants on the ship. So you can see, for instance, we'll just place down this fungal cluster. We can go ahead and place down 2 in the single room, and in the double room, we can go ahead and place 4. Now, they will be spread out like this. Another really cool piece of technology on here is we can actually walk up to these corners and we can gather carbon. So this is free carbon that you can gather. You can gather it from every corner. It's typically anywhere where you're going to see these little blue dots. That's going to be the easiest way to figure it out. Same thing with the plants. You can walk up to the plants themselves to pick it up, but if you don't have the gloves required, then you can also just walk up to the little blue button on the floor and harvest all plants. Now, granted, these weren't fully grown, so I didn't get anything, but you would be able to harvest it there if they were fully grown. Up next, we have the nutrition room. This is going to be the nutrient processor, but for your freighter. So you can see here, we've already placed it. We can walk up, and then you can throw your items in, and then it'll refine them. So one really useful thing that I'll go ahead and show off is just, for instance, carbon. This would typically cost you 25 carbon to make creature pellets. You can see here, we can make 1 creature pellet for just 1 carbon. So that's an easy way to get creature pellets, for instance. Now, this room also does have the same benefits as the cultivation and double cultivation chamber, in which you can walk up to the corners and collect the carbon. So if you're running low, or if you just don't feel like going and buying it or refining it, you can go up here, just gather it. It's very easy, very simple, and it's very useful, actually. Moving on to the industrial rooms, we're going to have the refiner room. So we'll go ahead and place this. This is basically just a large refiner, but for your freighter, so we can go ahead and go in. We can throw in our items, for instance. So let's see what we can find here. We'll throw in some condensed carbon, just 1 piece, and you can see it's going to give us carbon. So it's just a standard refiner, but for your freighter, so very useful. Up next, we have the Stellar Extract Room. Now, what this is going to allow you to do is gather different materials depending on what type of system you're in. However, in its current state, I don't really think that it's all that worth it. Hopefully, they change that in the future because it is definitely a very cool piece of technology. But again, the payout's not really that great, and I don't think it's worth the materials required. Anyways, we'll go ahead and walk up to this. So you can see here, it is for the yellow class system. So you are going to get different payouts depending on what system you're in. So yellow star, we're going to get paid out the chromatic metal, and it's going to give us 15 per hour. Now, depending on the system you're in, you may get some of these other materials. I'm not quite sure exactly which ones they pay out for which systems, so definitely go out and check on your own. I do know that chromatic metal is the payout for yellow class, though. Up next is the Orbital Exocraft Materializer. I would say that this is the most useful piece of tech that you can get for your freighter, and I highly recommend that you get this, especially if you use the exocrafts at all. What this is going to allow you to do is call in your mechs anytime that you are in the same system as your freighter. So typically, you wouldn't be able to call in, let's say the Minotaur, for instance. I would have to build a Minotaur base on a specific planet, and then I would be able to call it in on that planet anywhere I was. What this will allow you to do is just call it in anytime. So you don't have to build a new base every time you go to a new system. You just call in your freighter, and then you can call in all the same exocrafts, which is very, very useful. And the final piece, or pieces, I should say, of the industrial room is going to be the storage containers. We're going to have, of course, I'm going to group these all together, 0 through 9. All this is going to allow you to do is have extra storage space on your freighter and its own separate inventory. So we'll place down 0, for instance. We'll go over to our freighter now, and you can see we have our core. So we have, this is where you would normally be your general. You have this is actually your tech. Sorry, I'm not used to this new update yet. We have the tech here. We have the general or the cargo, and then you can see we have 0. So this is going to be all the extra storage that we just added. And of course, you can't add 9 of these. You can have a bunch of storage. And what's really cool is this still works with your materializer that we had gotten before. So we can still go ahead and beam all the materials from our inventory straight into these cargo containers, or vice versa. It kind of makes the storage containers for your base irrelevant at that point, but I do think that this is way more convenient, and I do think you should do it this way. However, No Man's Sky is a game that you can play any way you want, so if you choose to build it at your base, that is your own personal preference. I just think that this is a little bit easier, and that's how I prefer to do it. Anyways, with that being said, that is really all of the technology in current state that we have. So you can see there is a few other things like the doors, the corridors, and we have the same technology that we would have normally for our bases. I'm not really going to cover these because these are, again, base components. If you want me to cover these in a separate video, leave a comment down below, and I will cover the most useful tech that you can have for your bases as well. But with that being said, guys, thank you so much for watching today's video. I know it's been quite some time since I've posted a video. However, I'm hoping to get back in the loop. And with your guys' continued support, it definitely gives me motivation to keep making these videos. So if you like this video, definitely consider leaving a like. And if you found this video helpful, definitely consider subscribing to the channel. It's free, and it helps me out more than you will ever know. Anyways, guys, I don't want to hold you up any longer. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Peace out.
Okay. We are learning.
That's literally what your job is. That's what you're supposed to do. You're here arguing.
Because I was very confused by that. I was very confused by I think the sort of indirectness of this entire situation.
What the fuck is
the idea that
I need more popular.
Thank you. Hello. So, couple things. I'm a YouTuber. I am also a wife. I am about to be a mom for the first time ever. Active advocate of people moving to the Midwest because the cost of living is high, and I think everyone's missing out by not being in the wheat fields. So everyone should just, have a mass exodus and come out here. I promote trying to bring back the nuclear and the extended family, and I am here for modern women who have traditional values, or what that would look like, because everyone wants to be, traditional, but we're past the Industrial Revolution. So the definition of that is shifting, but those values and those ideals are still pretty useful. So that's what I do on my side of things over on YouTube.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for being willing to come on and discuss your point of view. We'll get into it as we go. Last but certainly not least, Destin, please.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of people that are
feeling lost and without purpose. I don't think that it is healthy to frame these conversations constantly as a crisis of masculinity, because I feel like it always sets us up in a male versus female paradigm. And I think that addressing all of the issues that men are facing as being oppositional or adversarial to women is destroying men's brains. I think that some of the people that are probably the least equipped to deal with the world are people that are pursuing red pill content. And I think that the second most, least able to pursue positivity in the world are probably people that massively consume red pill content. So I think that the idea that we need to continue harping on male masculinity, like that's going to fix things or make people better or do anything, I think is a red herring. And I think instead we should probably work on alleviating the broader issues that we feel in society that are improving everybody's lives, rather than setting up this weird male versus female paradigm for how to talk about issues. Fair enough. And with that, feel free to get into it. If you have trouble getting in, please let me see your hands. Otherwise, start the show, and I'll be interjecting with questions to kind of clarify things, to maybe drive discussion along if I feel we're getting off track, or frankly, if I'm bored. So continue, please. Wonderful, not all at once. Oh, well, I guess I'll start with this, right then. So we can all acknowledge, I think, that society is changing in how we view each other and how we view gender norms and how we view gender roles and things like that. There is, I know you don't like to refer to it as a crisis of masculinity, but there does seem to be something changing and going wrong, right? And so I guess I would ask, in regards to both men and women, right, do they need today that they don't need today? What is lacking in either how we talk about it, how people interact in these spaces? What are we lacking? What are we missing?
I think we lack perspective on how we are all conservative and liberal to a degree. So we're all conservative about the things that we want to keep, and we're all liberal about the things that we want to change. And I think that we took a lot of ideas from academia that were theorized that wouldn't really play out well in reality when it came to intergender dynamics. And so when we removed some of these, what would be considered now more traditional gender roles, gender facets, we never considered why they were there in the first place. So
Can you give me an example of one of those that you say we removed?
Yes. So one thing that I think has been misconstrued is actually through anthropology. Margaret Mead, she was an anthropologist. She was one of the first female anthropologists to begin with, and so she broke some glass ceilings, also broke a lot of hearts along the way, both men and women. So one of your first bi chicks of all time, but she went and observed other cultures and found that they had multiple genders. But she did observe a finite number of genders. So I guess my understanding is when she came back to American academia, she basically tried to say that gender was a social construct. And that, it made sense to a degree, right? There is masculine man in most cultures, masculine man, feminine woman, feminine man, and then masculine woman. But that doesn't mean that it's completely fluid. Like the non-binary thing, I think that was extrapolated from her notions. So we got rid of these, binaries that most of us probably fall into in one way, shape, or form, or, some people are still working to get rid of these things, and they might have had inherent value in the first place. They might not have even been bad. So my question is, why are we trying to get rid of or change something that might be beneficial, useful, romantic even?
Are we getting rid of that? Do we feel like that is being removed from society?
Johnson, you're fired.
Why?
It's not you. It's your shirt. But it's Casual Friday. Well, you're taking it too far. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a true plastic tee. It fits him tight in all the right places, but he's in the perfect amount of room. God, I hate that guy. He looks so damn good in that shirt, he can basically do whatever the hell he wants around here. Gibson!
Yeah, boss?
You're a goddamn stud. Thanks, boss. True Classic is designed to enhance the male physique in all the right places. Right, Gibson? That's right, boss.
I have strong arms, but also a little bit of gut. Well, you wouldn't know because I wear True Classic.
And if you're a skinny guy, True Classic fits tight around the arms and accentuates your biceps.
How can Gibson afford premium t-shirts? He's the worst salesman here, and I don't even think he can read.
Damn it, Johnson. We all know that Gibson can't read. But at least he knows that True Classic is completely affordable. And if you buy right now, you can get 20% off your first order.
I don't need to know how to read to know that over 200,000 people gave True Classic a 5 stars.
Good job, Gibson. That's right. 5 stars.
5 stars? Let me try one.
My God, Johnson, I don't know how I never noticed before.
I want a raise.
Consider it done. But wait a minute. Are those True Classic pants? That's right. I just got them off the website. And get this. They even have activewear, polos, long sleeve tees, fleeces, and even socks and underwear. Incredible. Gibson, why can't you be more like Johnson? Oh, what should I do? Gibson, you sexy fool. Isn't it obvious? You need to go to the True Classic website and buy all of those items right now. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it now. Take it.
Hi, where are your strong red pill hates in feminist people? Where are they at on this panel? Wait.
You know what? I'll be the strong hates red pill.
Oh my! Now moderator has to play.
I mean, I'm not.
You're the strongest feminist here, man. You do extreme. Well, except for maybe MadBlackGuy. Well, yeah, you're empowered women online, being hyper masculine and hyper intellectual, arguing and debating people. You might be the highest testosterone in this whole room right now.
I don't see how that makes me feminist. I think that could be a consequence of capitalism and being past the Industrial Revolution. I don't think that that's anything necessarily to do with Susan B. Anthony or Margaret Sanger. I just literally think that capitalism, being done with the Industrial Revolution, that's enabled me to have this ability to be online. And also like Christian principles and values where women have been given, I guess, more autonomy than in some Eastern cultures.
Okay, Industrial Revolution is like 1700s though, right? Women haven't been working since 1820 in the same capacity as they are today, right? So I do think you bring up something interesting though. Okay, if no one else wants to be strong, I'll throw this out here, okay? And then you guys can tell me. This is what I feel like has happened to some extent in human society, okay? I feel like over the past like 50 years, I think that men were socialized in a certain way to be masculine. Part of being masculine, part of the role that you fulfill in society was working a job and being productive. Women were socialized to be women, and part of your job was essentially to work as a cog in a man's life to where you took care of the household and empowered him to go and pursue work. That was generally the role of the woman. So you take care of the family, take care of the house. And this worked insofar as the family structure was concerned. I feel like something that's happened over the past 20 or 30 years is women have evolved significantly such that not only were they socialized with all the feminine aspects, they've also grown into these roles in terms of taking care of jobs. Like now they can work, now they have reproductive freedom. So they've like basically encapsulated both sides of the gender paradigm, and men are kind of left out here with only that masculine paradigm that's not enough to appeal to somebody in a relationship anymore. 50 years ago, a woman might say, well, what do you bring to the table? And I say, a paycheck. Now if a woman says, what do you bring to the table? It's like, a paycheck, I guess. And the woman's like, I don't need your paycheck. And I can, without having to worry about getting pregnant. So I don't even need you for sex because I've got birth control. I think that the problem right now is men have to figure out a way to offer something that women actually want, because in a relationship where you're going to get pregnant isn't a requirement anymore, and paychecks are something that women can earn.
I don't disagree with that at all, but the thing that men aren't bringing to the table is masculinity, though.
But I disagree. Women have all the masculinity, right? They work jobs and they can provide for themselves. Having like
if you think that masculinity is solely tied down to income, I think that that's a really narrow view and understanding of masculinity. I think there's much more that a man could bring to the table, and like that is probably what most men are missing, that are second class in their relationships, if they're even in relationships at all. Certainly involuntarily celibate men, I think very few women would look at them in public. Some of the ones that we come across in the grocery store, and I don't think we would find them to be masculine at all.
Yeah, but
the problem is missing.
I think
it's not all women.
But your brain there is going to be rating on a curve. I think that's the issue. This is the thing fundamentally. This is what I disagree with red pill is they say, okay, listen, I understand that men are masculine, but women are masculine now. Now you need to be hyper masculine. Women have evolved by embracing their masculinity as an opposite to their femininity, and men are supposed to evolve by being even more masculine. I think that can work for 1% of men, but like we're grading on a curve. Not every guy can be 6 feet tall. Not every guy can be shredded. Not every guy can be earning 6 figures of massive income. By just pushing men, you got to be even more masculine than you already are to overcome the successful bridges that women have made to their masculinity. I don't know if that's possible for most men to do. I think you can hit like a 1 to 5% of men that can do it, but most of them are just like, well, fuck me. I'm fucked.
Well, I'm not trying to like dominate or anything like that, but I think that's insane, right? So what you're saying is probably what a lot of masculine women ask for. You know, well, I want a man to be my complement in life, but I'm not willing to soften up at all. And good luck finding a man like that. He has other options, right? So I don't think that men need to be more masculine for masculine women. I think that women need to embrace their feminine parts that they are often in denial about and allow men to be masculine as well. I mean, that's the only way that's going to work. It's a yin and a yang that works together. If you are just masculine as a woman, you're going to attract a feminine man, and then you're going to complain about him 10 to 15 years down the road.
I don't think women want to do that, though. If you're a woman and you're empowered, well, but then the solution is just broken then. Because women aren't going back to the kitchen. They're going to keep working. And women aren't getting off birth control. They're still going to want to have sex without being locked in a marriage. That's never changing. And to tell a woman that basically, okay, listen, you're doing too well by embracing the more traditionally masculine things that we thought only men would ever do. You need to, like, stop doing those things and go back to being a woman that doesn't do those things. Realistically, that's just never going to happen.
You can be a woman who works 40 hours a week and be feminine. Like, I'm very confused about your understanding of masculinity and femininity. Like, it crosses all cultures, all religions, and all time.
Let's try to like narrow in on
What?
like it looks like we have different views of what femininity and masculinity is. So maybe we could drill down on that a bit. And I'm just again open to the whole panel here. What is a masculine man to you? What are some characteristics of a masculine man, and what are some characteristics of a feminine woman? Ali, you mentioned that feminine women can still work 40 hours a week and be feminine, right? So I guess, are there things you can do as a woman that are not feminine? I guess I would ask you specifically, and then to the rest of you, same question: masculinity, femininity. What is it? Go ahead.
So masculinity and femininity is within all of us. You'll find moments where you go in between yourselves as men. Maybe even lactoid. I'm sure you've had your softer moments in life. So masculinity is more of a penetrative, show of force out there in the world. So if you insert yourself in situations as a woman, or if you assert dominance as a woman, that would be a masculine trait, which isn't inherently bad. It depends on the context of the situation. You can do it with tact, but I would say that would be a masculine thing for a woman to perform.
I would agree with that. I also want to point out the fact that this is a question. I don't understand the problem with calling it a crisis of masculinity. I think it is, especially when we're having a difficult time understanding what it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be oppositional, adversarial. It can be compatible and have a situation where we're talking about how do men discover themselves and how do men discover masculinity without having it be at the detriment of women, but more about how can we improve ourselves. And so what makes a masculine man? What makes a good man? Well, I think there is one of the reasons for the crisis is you have some people. I would point to some people perhaps to name drop like Andrew Tate or that irk of people who I think are sort of bastardizing the concept and using it to push things, the false masculinity of just like sexual conquest and getting laid and all that stuff, as opposed to what I think is a more important. Putting aside the lizard brain, something more important and like foundational, such as being independent, right? Understanding what your place is and discovering that. Now, how does that look? Well, I mean, I think part of it is at least having the goals of being successful in the workplace, taking care of yourself physically, learning to improve yourself, becoming more charismatic. All of these things that I think are critically important.
I just for you two, I want to push harder. Give us, what do we mean when we say masculine? Give us some examples. I want to know, because penetrative in the world is quite nebulous. What do we mean when we say masculine?
It's just being forceful, right? Like women are, femininity would be considered more submissive, more docile, right?
Can you give me, when you say, when you give a trait, give an example. What do you mean when you say forceful?
Okay, so let's say that I'm in the workplace, actually a prior service military, so I can talk about that, right? Okay, even though I was in the military, there were times where I was the best leader in the room, just among the enlisted folks, even though I was a woman and there were men in the room. But it was very obvious that I was more capable of the situation. So I would just go ahead and take charge because I'm trying to go home at 5 o'clock. I don't care about these other people. I'm going to do what I need to do to get the mission done. And I would do that. And that was considered a masculine trait. And it's completely okay. It made sense for the context, but it did have some consequences romantically, I would argue. So does that help? Does that clarify?
Well, yeah, but I feel like you're giving me an example in my direction now. In that, like, this is a case where... Oh. Well, because it feels like being assertive is a trait that men or women can be, but as women enter the... So when I tie it back to the job thing, so you say that just talking about the job isn't the only thing for masculinity. I feel like a lot of the other things that we talk about stem from the job. So So when we talk about like assertiveness, there's a reason why a man is assertive in a household. It's because he's the one that has to suffer and grind to earn the money to support the household. So when we say like a man is a leader, of course a man is a fucking leader. If you want to ask for A, B, or C, and I'm the one earning the money, I'm going to have a huge say over that. I might have the final say over that because it's my body, my time that's going into it. But if a woman is working, that relationship is fundamentally altered, right? If a man was bossing you around in a military setting, a man came into a village or whatever the fuck, how we would imagine that, a military person, a civilian, and he would have that authority over you, but because you're in the military now working that job alongside the man, that authoritative sort of position is threatened due to occupation, which I don't think is bad, by the way, but I'm the feminist here, so yeah.
Well, I think this is my confusion. I think this is an American perspective, that we think that because women work that they can't be feminine. It doesn't make sense because majority of wives are in fact working. So what their man doesn't get to be the man of the house because she's contributing to the household income, and typically he's out earning her anyway. I think that this is very much an overthought and also very reductive of masculinity. I can give other examples of masculinity too. Like my husband is more than a paycheck.
Sure.
And I hate to like, draw examples off of my relationship, but in my opinion, like my husband is, I would say like the most masculine man or one of the most masculine men I've ever met in my life. But there's other
examples about how.
Yeah. So he's trained in hand-to-hand combat. He did that for, I want to say, over a decade, and he's still familiar with it. You can see the way that he walks on his feet. And he's not tall either. He's 5'8". He's trained with weapons. He's constantly sharpening his skills with weapons. He goes to a men's shooting group, which is a very masculine space to be in. I do not like being invited. Other things that he does, I can ask his opinion, or I can ask him to make a decision, and he will make it for me if I'm feeling uncomfortable with my interpretation of events. Like, those are masculine things. That's protection aside from provisioning. He does the provisioning as well. And also, just repairing things around the house, which, women can do that too. But I just find that for some reason we rely on our men to do that more.
Can I ask, just if I may interject here?
Sorry, because I want to bully her.
Oh, you can bully her in a second.
Okay.
But are men a failure? Is a man a failure when he fails to be masculine in these spaces? When in your military group, for example, when none of the men took charge, right? Have they failed as men?
Yeah. Yes. It was so bad. Because I guess with civilians, like, you guys think that the military is this great, awesome place. All you need to do to get in is not be obese and not go to jail and have a GED. So this crisis of masculinity is also an issue within the United States military, to the effect that it even affects leadership of officers that are complacent and will push whatever agenda gets shoved down their throats by a general instead of standing up for their lower enlisted or like their lower officers and taking a stand. It's a bunch of yes men. It's a huge issue. Yes, they failed as men. If I have to do a man's job, yes, you failed as a man.
All right, Madam Genevieve, real quick, I want to get you in here. Do you think if your man, right, if someone, your partner or whatever, fails to be assertive, have they failed as men? Would you agree with this take, or what do you think?
I think that obviously we generally have the association that it's masculine to provide protection, right, or to protect. That's generally hand in hand with being a provider. Like, I think those are probably the two most common things that we look to in a traditional male. And I guess for me, it really does depend on the circumstance. I think that.
Well, using that circumstance, right? Using that example that Allie gave, right? If in a workplace, right? Workplace setting, no one's taking charge, none of the men step up, have they failed as men? Would you agree with that or disagree?
I would disagree. I think in a workplace, having worked in corporate America, I don't look and wait for the man to take charge and be the leader. In fact, that was a role that I took on myself a lot. And I don't know. I guess I don't look at that necessarily as it doesn't have to continue to be a masculine trait in the workplace. I wouldn't look at it as a failure.
Okay.
I think that because it was the military, it's different. Like, this wasn't like one time or a handful of times that I had to take charge of a situation in the military. It was often. There were even times where I was physically stronger than some of the men in the room. Like, it's absolutely embarrassing. But there were good male leaders. Do not get me wrong. I'm just saying it happened too many times for me to think that there is an issue. That you have to be comfortable asserting authority as a man in this world. It doesn't make any sense for me. Like, we need y'all to be leaders as well.
Especially in a family context. I think that's important here because of the biological element to that.
I feel like, so when we go back to, so I asked you the traits for masculine things, okay? So here's a couple of things that I have to say about this. So one is, I think the protection thing is a code. I think that when we talk to women and we find out, like, why do you like men? If you're trying to make a value proposition, you're trying to make an offer to a woman, and as a man, you're like, well, I can protect you. Like, I don't think it's a very valuable thing where it's like, okay, like, I'm a woman, I'm navigating, like, the dangerous streets of D.C. on a daily basis, and I need a man to protect me. Like, I think that's kind of like a nice, fluffy thing on the side that maybe you can feel a little bit safer, but I don't think that, like, just being a protector is going to be like, I'm very strong and I should be able to go out and get a wife. I don't think that's ever going to happen traditionally.
I think that those are maybe used to be valued.
Yeah, maybe they used to be valued, but like in today's society, like I don't think that like selling protection, like you're a bodyguard, is a thing. Also, a second thing, I would even say personally, not personally attack you, but I want to bring this up personally because you brought up your personal life. I don't know if you necessarily value those things in terms of like being like a personal important buy-in to you, because your husband is so much older than you. Isn't he going to fall out of physical capability of providing this protection if he ages out, of being able to do hand-to-hand combat or weapons training and everything? Like, isn't that something that at some point you might actually be the one in that situation? I'm guessing you were in the military, you could probably handle a gun, you probably know a fair bit yourself, right?
Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? He is older. Now, he's still very strong. I think that also we don't see a group of men that are from age 50 to 70 that are physically fit, that have been working out for decades. They totally exist and they're capable. The only issue that I could really think would be eyesight. Even strength-wise, you're able to retain testosterone. We have a very specific dietary, guideline that we follow in our house, so testosterone's fine. But like, he can still be sharp as long as he can see. He can still fire a weapon. He trains with men that are much older than him, often. However, like, will there be a time where he can't protect me? Yeah, probably. Hopefully I'll be blessed with a son who would also look to protect me. And I'm not kidding. Like, this is what life is for. This is what men
you really
are for.
You really think about this like, I need a son to protect me in the world? Like, is this actually like a day-to-day? Where do you live? What Midwest? Oh, come on. Your son's not going to protect you from a scam on the phone from some Indian guy locking your OS down and saying, I need $50 or I'm going, like, come on. This is not really what your sons are for, right?
That's real. That happens to old ladies all the time.
It happens to old men too, though, no?
Yeah, well, I mean, I might only have daughters, okay? But aside from that, I would think that my husband has the foresight to be like, look, honey, I can't really protect you like I used to. We need to get you going to the range. And he's going to take me. Like, this is all planning here. Now, if he gets hit by a bus tomorrow, like, okay, I'm SOL. But, I don't think that this is like a cope about men being protective of women, because it's about what makes you wet, right? And, like, will we go for a safe man who can't defend his family physically or with weapons? Yeah, probably for security reasons. Am I going to be able to be faithful to him 10 to 15 years down the road? I don't think so. I think that's a really big ask.
I guess when I think of the traits that you listed, there was, broadly speaking, there was the protection thing, which is, I feel like that can't be a major draw. Just from what I've seen of you, I feel like there's probably got to be something more there. And then the second thing you listed, I thought was really interesting. You said you could solicit advice or feedback if you've got like an issue, like making decisions or something. I would argue that's a feminine trait. Being able to listen to somebody, being able to be emotionally or intellectually responsive to somebody's needs, and then giving feedback based on what they're saying. I think that largely speaking, that's considered like a more feminine thing. Like a woman asking her husband advice on some particular thing, I don't think it would be a traditionally masculine thing in most men's eyes. Not to say that it's good or bad. Well, I would consider that good, but...
Well, I want to give other people time.
Sure.
Yeah, so I understand we're not like living in caveman times where dinosaurs are whatever the fuck's chasing after us. But you agree that there are dangers like in society, right? And there is like a physical difference here. And so those physical differences sort of inform the reason why men have the roles of being the protector. And doesn't that make sense, right?
I don't acknowledge that. No, I don't acknowledge that.
You don't think like at the bar some guy is being aggressive and like...
I think the vast majority of women are not going to be in scenarios where they need like a man to protect them. Unless they're like going out and starting fights. I don't think that that's a normal thing for most people. No, I don't think so.
I just disagree then. I think that does come up, and I think when it comes up, you should be ready not only to protect a woman, but also your children, right? I mean, that's an element here as well. Because children are vulnerable, they can't defend themselves, and being able to have that sort of protection mindset, the physical capability of doing so, that to me seems like a perfectly fine principle to follow and something that is good to encourage men. And when we don't, we get problems, right?
Every couple that was attacked, I'm sure, didn't think they were going to be attacked. Like, you're not planning for what is most likely to occur. you're planning for the exception to the rule, that one bad night.
You're not planning your entire life's future relationship and your family and everything around a potential exception.
It's one part. It's
the
one
men
part.
that you know.
It's
like, the
one
men that I know, like, I know an atheist anarchist who is fully prepared to physically protect his family and also do that with weapons.
That's fine, but I'm just saying that, like,
your community.
You said you lived in the Midwest. I lived in Omaha, Nebraska, Council Bluffs for my entire life. I don't know where all these people that are getting. Maybe there's really, really rough neighborhoods where some of you guys are just like walking. Chicago, by and large, is a peaceful place to be. There are some parts that are dangerous. Same thing with Detroit. I spent a lot of time in Chicago, a lot of time in Detroit. Most of the city is fine, right? There are parts that are sketchy. Same thing with LA. Like, most of the city's fine. There might be some spooky homeless people in some areas, but it's not like Chicago's like, I got to call a friend because we only travel in groups of 7 or more when we walk to work or something, right? I don't think it's that crazy. But maybe that's just my perspective, right?
The average modern person has a lot of tools at their disposal that they can use to minimize risk of danger in their life. So having this burly security guard follow you around and making that like your primary objective in finding a partner just is obviously, it's irrelevant.
It doesn't have to be primary. It could be one element, right?
It could be one element.
Could be one element.
I do agree. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that a dude that's shredded that could kick like 3 people's ass, that's going to be an attractive guy physically, and there's going to be like, I don't disagree with that. But whenever I push on like what are the masculine traits men need to work on, one, we're talking about a guy that's like a top 1% there that can like take on like multiple adversaries. So it's not realistic for most men to aspire to. And 2, it's like the first thing that everybody gives. And when I hear this, I'm like, holy fuck, are we like in Mosul right now? Is there like fucking ISIS around the corner where you're planning your relationship and shit? Where 99% of the time, oh fuck, there's a really good rule for buying shit in your life, and it's like the 10-99 rule or something. Like, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like, you spend like 99% of your money on the things that you spend like 99% of your time on, right? So you get a good bed, a good chair, whatever. The idea that we're planning our relationships around like these exceptional one-off circumstances, like how do you feel about your husband? Like, he's a really shitty communicator, he's really abusive to me and everything, but man, if we ever get into a fight, he's gonna somebody up. Like, I've never heard anybody say that in my entire life before.
Well, because it's a caricature. That's why you haven't heard it. It doesn't make any sense. Just because a man is dangerous doesn't mean that he's inherently malicious. It's just that he's capable of ending somebody's life who's trying to harm his, not just his woman, but his children. I wrote an entire article about this, and there's women that agree that these traits are attractive as well. I think that women who want masculine men, I think some women are not able to compete for a masculine man or are not feminine enough for him. You know what I mean? Because it requires a dynamic in the household. How is he supposed to lead if you're constantly dominating him? So for those women, for masculine women or women who are just just not in touch with the dating market, yeah, they might end up with some feminine men that they're going to complain about until the end of time, and that's okay. That's not typically what I advocate for, but it's going to happen to majority of folks. Like, not everybody's going to get someone that they're attracted to in the long term.
What do you think the most masculine men are doing in society? The most masculine men in society are making single moms, and they're in jail.
Okay, you're talking about
that's
the very
new false
extreme.
masculinity.
No, that's the traditional honor culture, man. That's as traditional as it gets.
Single motherhood is traditional?
It is the most traditional form of hyper-masculinity. It's women without a care in the world and then getting into violent altercations and ending up in jail. Of course. These are the most masculine men. Sure, but I'm saying that is like the most hyper-masculine, like... When all you're giving me is like protection and ability to fight, yeah, that's of course what most people are thinking of, right?
I also am questioning. Hold on, I do have a question for Ali as well. You're advocating for, increased femininity in these relationships. You're anti-feminism, and yet it feels to kind of fly in the face of that belief that you did spend time in the military. How does that? Because that is a very masculine direction to go in. How is that? How do you square those two ideas?
So you're right. It was a masculine thing to do. Is a masculine thing to do. Did masculinize me, and I had to kind of deprogram a lot of these things. But we're also dealing with propaganda. When the United States Army told me that I was strong enough, and as strong as a man, and that I could carry a man 6 foot with weapons and armor on his body off of the battlefield, I believed them. This is inherently false. I am 5'4". I was 127 pounds when I joined. I thought that I was signing up for a job that I could do. That turned out to be a lie, and I'm permanently disabled in some ways. I'm functional, but it did change my body for the rest of my life, and I'm not the only woman. There's a lot of women that have the same injuries that I do. I have no problem saying this publicly. I have labral tears in my hips. That's from my time in service. I'm grateful that I did it. It got me financial stability early in my 20s for the rest of my life, but it came at a huge cost, and that was just propaganda. Like, I truly thought that I was able to do my job.
So today, do you think women have a place in the military or no?
Yeah, Yeah, but they changed. So here's the thing: they tried to do that, right? They tried to kind of equalize it based on sex because that's an objective reality that we can't deny. They did the Army Combat Fitness Test, but women were failing it. Like, not that you can fail it, but they just weren't qualifying very well for the positions that they wanted. So they even had to adjust that. Even when I was in, there were physical differences for the APFT, the Army Physical Fitness Test. So that were, they had things that were different between men and women there as well. Can you repeat your question one last time?
If you believe that women have a place in the military today, after your experience and everything.
Right. Yeah.
Is that not a feminist ideal, though, or a feminist perspective?
Right. So I think that we should just do the jobs that we're physically qualified for, period. But, they cannot have these false standards where they're just sending people through these schools, because that's what happened to me, and that's what happened to other women that were in my class to be a combat medic specialist. They just gave them the checks. That's not okay. You have to be able to physically perform the task. And there's a minority of women who can, but most women can't. That's not to say that they can't be human resources. I think that that's absolutely fine to be a desk jockey, and you're still serving your nation. We used to have a women's Army Corps, but we did the co-ed thing, and the co-ed thing has other consequences too, like sexual harassment. And also, not to say that the military is like e-pari, but that's the YouTube speak for the R word. But when these things do happen, it's not handled well internally. So there's consequences from this co-ed nature. But I don't think that women can't serve. I just think they need to be serving differently in different jobs that they're physically qualified for.
And that highlights kind of the aim here, which is the goal of equity. They are lowering the standards for women because the reality is the women that can make it are the exceptions. And we just have to approach society with that understanding, right? In the same way that in relationships, right, and the ability to be a protector and physical size, those things, are there women that can protect themselves? Probably could, right? But those are exceptions. And also there's a perception of danger as well. So I can't tell you how many women I know who don't feel comfortable walking alone at night, right? But they feel perfectly fine when I'm walking with them. That in of itself is like a limiting factor when they're concerned about the risk and the harm that can come to them. But that being able to be a protector alleviates that perception and really provides a level of freedom of, I can walk being comfortable now. I think that's an important part of this.
I'm so curious where you guys are from, because I've known so many women in so many different areas. I remember one of the first times I was in fucking Seattle hanging out with a girl, I got fucking petrified because some crazy fucking 300-pound homeless dude behind us started fucking screaming. I was like, is this normal? And she was like, oh yeah, there's a lot of homeless people there just screaming. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I know so many women in so many cities like this that have no problem walking to and from work, that obviously don't go to sketchy sections, but some of them ride the bus, some of them ride the train, some of them just don't give a fuck. Where are these ultra violent areas in the U.S. where women are like, I can't even go outside, I'm worried that I'm gonna get abused or raped or whatever? I feel like this is only happening in the context of going to sketchy parties or bars where you're getting hit on. If you go literally to a bar or something alone as a woman, it can get spooky. But I feel like most women are not dumb enough to do that. But
so there's the practical application, and then there's the romantic application. Women trend higher in neuroses like anxiety and depression in comparison to men. Right, we might not say these things out loud, but I mean, y'all, you have a wife, okay? Don't front, okay? So it's not just about that fact that my man is physically capable, and that's a big deal if I'm going to choose a man and I'm going to have his children. But it's also that I can breathe. I don't have to have that high level of anxiety and be on alert because my husband is on alert for me, in a sense. I'll try to be practical, but that's the other thing that it's for. It's not like you're going to go outside and always get your ass whipped. The statistics don't support that. I think we know that.
Sure, but I'm curious, there's got to be some other thing, because my guess is there's probably the majority of men, 98%, are stronger than the majority of women. But that's not enough to get a woman to date you, right? And then even in the case where you could select for, and again, if you guys want to give more masculine traits, I'm just working on what's been given so far. Even in a case where you could select for the most masculine man, you could find guys that are way more shredded or way more physically capable in their 20s or early 30s that are capable of protecting you. But I think, and I don't know this, but I think you selected your husband for traits that were more important than just this, being a protector part. I bet there's other reasons why you're married to him, and it's not just because you found the first 49-year-old guy that could protect you. The fact that he's so old probably means he's developed so many other traits that I bet you're attracted to as well, would be my guess.
Well, let's dig into that real quick. Let's dig into that, right? So we mentioned protection, assertiveness, to penetrate the world, as we say. What are some other masculine traits, maybe more on the mental side? Some things I hear are stoicism, reliability. That's what I can think of off my head. What do you guys got?
Yeah, I want to talk about stoicism, but somebody else go first.
Yeah, I think stoicism is good. I also think being able to provide is good. I think a lot of this kind of comes back to, ultimately the common root here is being able to control a bad situation or being able to make a good situation even better. So, like, not only in the situation of protecting somebody, but also, being able to provide for somebody who maybe has to take off work to go give birth and, staying home and breastfeeding their child. Like, being able to be in the position to take care of that person is another, masculine trait that I think is beneficial for that very reason. Because if you're not able to do that, well, now the child is at a disadvantage.
Again, I think we got to get it because you're saying jobs again. It's got to be something more than jobs because women can work. It has to be something more than that. Yeah.
You're right. No, like you're right. Like you have to be a man if you're gonna have a feminine woman in your life who's comfortable with like building a legacy and a life with you. Like you keep asking like what's missing. Like manhood is what's missing. But
I'm trying to figure out what that is. Even when you say like stoicism,
okay.
like being a
stoicism. I got you.
Okay,
right?
Got me. Yeah.
So every woman wants to be like, oh, we're egalitarian. We can handle the hard stuff. Right. When I see a man crying, I am immediately instilled with fear because ish has hit the fan. You can argue an evolutionary perspective on that, but I'll give you a better example. You're a woman on a flight. There's turbulence. But you don't really care. The stewardesses are moving through, the men are quiet. Now there's turbulence and the men start screaming. Would you not just like urinate on yourself right then and there? Like as a society, I think we rely on men for emotional stability. I think that we really do. And I've had men come out and talk about this as well. And a lot of these things are going to be anecdotal, but there's some studies we can talk about another time. But I've had men come out and say that they had to be strong for a period of time when there's a death and things like that. There's going to be moments in time where a woman is called to be stoic, and I would argue as well, Marcus Aurelius was taught stoicism by his wife. So it can work for both genders, but it is an attractive thing in a man just because of, on average, and that's a fact, women trade higher in neuroses. We look to you guys to be the calm to the storm. And again, with these feminine men, they're out here, we've talked about DJ Ack. But anyway, like these guys that just go off hyper emotional, like that's not masculine, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, they failed as men too.
I would agree with what you're saying there.
Yeah.
But I also, I guess,
right?
I push back a little bit on that because when we talk about like hyper emotionality as the opposite of stoicism, I don't think anybody likes hyper emotional people. Like I don't like even hyper emotional women are probably not good. I agree with to some extent with what I don't like calling this stoicism. I think like having good emotional stability and being able to remain calm and being able to remain in control in complicated or confusing situations, I agree that that's an important trait for a person to have. It shows a level of like emotional maturity to be able to do that. I don't know if men are the ones that are traditionally excelling in that, given how many of them are prone to violent crime.
Would it help if you just separated masculinity and femininity, like from the person, made it more spiritual? Because these concepts exist across all cultures, all religions, in all time. And I know we like to think that we're these social constructivists, but there is something to be said that there's a wisdom there that these things have emerged in all these different parts of the world throughout human history, or recorded human history. So you can argue it from a spiritual context. It doesn't need to be just distilled down to the sexes. It's just that if you're going to have polarity in a relationship, hopefully long term, because that's what I kind of hope for. If you're going to have polarity, like you might want to be more on the masculine side of things as a man, and as a woman, you might want to be more on the feminine side of things, and just to have that yin and that yang.
I agree. Yeah, I agree that things have emerged through all of human history in these ways these gender roles are. I'm not going to disagree. That's obviously true, but I think there are two things that uniquely challenge that today, and that's birth control and education, such work. I think that these things have fundamentally altered a woman's relationship with sex and fundamentally altered her engagement with the world. And now we're seeing that maybe some of those old roles that emerged aren't really as intrinsic to our sex as we thought they were. Maybe they were intrinsic to our roles in society that kind of followed our sex. But now that women have the ability to fuck without consequence and work a job, it might be that we have to engage with these concepts in a slightly different manner. We can't just assume that all women want to be like submissive and subservient. That might have just been secondary to them not having jobs.
Other than
I think they're somewhat intrinsic. Like you said it's not super intrinsic or not as intrinsic as we thought. But I mean, do you think that biological realities to some extent are always going to inform some level of gender roles, and just recognizing that could be a good thing?
I think in a perfect world where everybody's treated equally as much as possible, you'd still probably see some differences between men and women. I just think there's nowhere near the exaggeration that they exist today or that people think they exist. But yeah, there's probably going to be some differences for sure. If for no other reason, there's going to be differences in terms of like average strength and like our aptitude.
Right, but that average strength, for example, right? Like it almost seems to me that we're kind of pushing it beyond what the equilibrium is, right? And then, like Allie was talking about in the military, they're literally lowering the standards for women to get more women in the military when that's not where the equilibrium truly is.
Yeah, that's
in the name of feminism.
I think everybody here agrees that the changing of those standards for how they would grade you on your Army fitness test, the Army personal fitness test, the changing of those standards is fucking stupid. You either can climb into a plane with a rucksack on or not, or a helicopter. Like you either can or you can't. It doesn't matter if you're a man or woman. Like grading should be objective for that, right?
Right, and that's one example of like society pushing. I mean, I can think of it as we keep talking, but that was the one that came to mind because of what Allie talked about, right? Like this idea of feminism is pushing beyond what equilibrium is, and in fact, what equilibrium might be the differences that do exist and should be expressed through gender roles might be greater in certain circumstances than they currently are.
What I mean by other, just to kind of, when I ask for other examples, like other examples of how femininity or feminism has changed, like the standards that we use and apply, that we have pushed the bar away from the equilibrium that Black Toy here is talking about in the name of equity or equality. Can you give me some more examples other than the military? Anything else?
Yeah, so, I mean, but this is going to be, we're going to have to take a little bit of a walk for this one. But leaving women vulnerable to where they are going to be more at risk of elder abuse because they bought into, like, this feminist boss babe, independent, single and childless narrative.
If I'm a feminist boss babe, wouldn't I have enough money to hire for end-of-life care and pay for, like, a nurse to come in and take care of me because I've been working for decades and investing in my retirement?
Yeah, and that's awesome, and what I recommend to childless women who want to be single and all these other things. And that sounds great until you have Alzheimer's or dementia, and you're going to need people that love you, that you enrich their lives, and they're going to be looking out for you to make sure that you're not being abused. If you want your kids or your husband or your nieces and nephews, doesn't matter which one, you just need to invest that time. You want them to be up the behind of whatever nursing home you end up in. We take our cognition for
absolutely.
granted.
It's important to have family members looking after older people, but it doesn't always necessarily have to be the children. Like there are definitely other options available too.
Yeah, like nieces and nephews. On my husband's side of the family, they have a matriarch. She's an aunt, but you would never guess that she wasn't a grandmother. I thought that she was, but she had just invested so much time in her nieces and nephews. They all take very good care of her. But like what I'm saying when it comes to like how that can be a drawback for feminism, because we're talking about liberating women, that's putting women at risk for abuse, right? And it's like you have a fertile window that takes a sharp hit at 35. And if we're going to be living, right now we're living to 71.1. I anticipate that'll increase. And I think that we'll, if I had to choose, I think we'll probably be living to 90. So if you as a woman choose to be single and or childless, the repercussions of that are going to be 55 years of the rest of your life to 90.
I think, something real quick, because I think this is actually a counterintuitive thing. I think if you want to increase your chances of being safe as a woman, I think that you have to remain single. Because I think that the highest likelihood that a woman ever encounters violence in her lifetime is interpersonal violence in a domestic abuse situation. That's so the best thing you can do is keep a man out of your house. Like,
Yo,
what's up, bro?
Are you gonna have the rent this month?
Not for this month.
So you told me you was gonna pay me on the 22nd. You said you wasn't getting your first check or whatever, and you was gonna pay me on the 22nd, and you was gonna be good. So that's not happening no more.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it happen, bro. I haven't got my check.
You understand this is 3 months with no rent, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck am I supposed to do here? What the fuck am I supposed to do here, bro? You tell me. You tell me what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Because now I'm starting to get pissed. I'm starting to feel like you don't give a shit about me or my well-being. So you tell me what I'm supposed to do right now.
I don't have...
I don't care what you don't have anymore, bro. I'm asking you as a man, what do you want me to do right now? 3 months, no rent. I've been taking care of shit by myself here. What do you want me to do? I don't care what you can't do. I don't want excuses. I want a solution from you right now. And if you can't think of one, I'm gonna think of one. I see you're asking too many fucking questions, bro. You need to start thinking of fucking solutions. Because this is 3 months, bro. 3 fucking months. You promised me on the 22nd. You promised me on the 22nd. Then you started avoiding me like a fucking bill collector, bro. Like, this shit is starting to get to me, bro. This shit is really starting to fucking get to me. Like, how am I supposed to be treating you right now? Like a friend? Like somebody I don't fucking know? Like somebody that, like a bum on the street that owes me fucking money? How am I supposed to be talking to you right now? You tell me the situation, and then I'll respond accordingly. Alright? You let me know what's going on, because it feels like you don't give a shit. It feels like you're just abandoning me and you're leaving me to hold everything on the fucking bag here. So you tell me, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Bro, it's not none of that going on.
It is! No, Alex, it is. I'm telling you straight facts. I haven't said anything that has been non-factual right now. I know you're going through shit, bro, but I have not said anything that is non-factual. I have paid 3 months. I paid 2 months by myself, going to pay a third one by myself. You broke a promise saying you was going to pay me on the 22nd. You told me that. You told me money was going to be coming in. I got you. Oh, you've been working all of February. You've been working all of February, bro. I'm sitting here paying shit, wondering when am I going to get fucking bread coming in? When am I going to get some help? You're avoiding my fucking phone calls. You're fucking avoiding me, bro. What's going on?
I didn't avoid you, bro.
3 days I've been calling you. You haven't gotten 5 minutes to give me a call back? You haven't gotten 5 minutes. You haven't gotten 5 minutes to give me a call back in 3 fucking days.
That's why I'm giving you a call right now.
That's avoiding me for 3 days, and now you're fucking calling me back. You avoided me.
Bro, I'm trying to figure shit out, man. Like,
you said you had shit figured out. What happened to the Verizon job?
yeah, bro, but this shit is not kicking in anything right now, bro.
I told you that fucking shit, bro. I told you to take my job. I told you to take my job. They were going to offer you some shit.
Bro, it's not even that. It's not even that, man.
What do you mean it's not that? What the fuck is going on?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you. Can you listen for a second? Like,
My bad.
Hello?
Yeah, my bad. I'm getting emotional. I need to stop. You're right. My bad.
Nah, I get it.
Nah. You're right. I need to stop getting emotional. Nah, you're right. You're right. My bad. Go ahead. You talk.
Bro, I get it, bro. I owe you mad bread. I would feel the same
Bro,
way.
talk. Bro, just talk. Say what you was gonna say. Say what you was gonna say. I don't need excuses.
I'm trying to figure out, bro. Like, this shit, like, I can't afford this shit right now, bro. I can't afford the $1,200 of rent. Like, I'm backed up every fucking month. Like,
Every month, bro, you haven't paid 3 months. How are you backed up you haven't paid in 3 months?
Yeah, and then me losing my job really fucked me over, too.
So why wouldn't you take the sure thing with my job?
Bro, it's not even about the job. It's about the child support that's fucking killing me on my paychecks, bro. Like, I'm barely seeing half of my check.
You need to stop making excuses about that child support shit. Find a fucking lawyer. Stop paying her everything you have if you can't afford to fucking live. Because that's not a fair thing. The judge cannot tell you to pay more than you absolutely have. That can't happen. That literally can't happen. So you need to find a fucking lawyer. You need to figure out a situation to where you can pay rent and pay your fucking bills. This shit has been going on forever, bro. Like, I'm sitting here holding a bag right now. You seem like you have a place to stay.
Yeah, I'm staying on my fucking dad's couch.
Hey, bro, that's somewhere, bro. I don't have a dad. I don't have a fucking dad to stay at his fucking couch, bro. That's nice for you. I'm happy for you. I'm done. Call me later to talk to me when you figure something. I can't. Bro, this shit is fucked up. shit is fucked up. How am I supposed to talk to you, bro?
But I was like 30 to 40% of women have experienced like.
Yeah, I'm staying on my dad's couch.
Violence in the household.
Cool. Glad you're fucking happy, bro.
You know, other ways that feminism can be harmful. I'm saying that there's probably going to be a wave of women that are single and or childless that are at risk for being abused in nursing homes that we haven't seen before. Women are.
Hello.
Yo.
Yeah.
The last day of February is the 28th. Take 2 days to figure out either A, if you're living here, or B, you're not living here. Come and pick up your stuff because I'm going to have to get another roommate. I'm going to have to get somebody that pays the bills. Okay?
I get it.
So take some time, figure some shit out. I don't know, because I would work with you, but you haven't been calling me. You haven't been talking to me. I don't trust you right now, bro. So take 2 days, figure some shit out, call me back.
I got you.
So right now, if you neglect the trans stats, in comparison to men, they're the largest growing demographic of homeless individuals. And I get what you're saying. Like, I get what you're saying. I'm sorry, I have pregnancy brain right now. I'm trying to remember your name. Genevieve. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
Genevieve.
sorry,
Yeah.
please.
So I get what you're saying about, like, yeah, make the money, okay? But for some reason, there are, I don't know how much money you're making or anything like that, but women making enough money to retire, that's the minority of women. That's also the minority of people. You know what I mean? So, like, as much as women should be doing this thing, if you're going to be single and childless, you need to put your big girl panties on and you need to go and you need to make that bread. But they're not going to. Like, that's the problem.
Well, I think that's a problem for men as well. I think a lot of people are struggling to have enough of a retirement fund to live comfortably in their old age. And I think that kind of brings us back full circle to something that was brought up in the beginning of the conversation by Stephen, that we have a lot of issues that are affecting both men and women, and this like hyperfixation on making it a men versus women kind of a conversation all the time.
Yeah, old
isn't
person
really doing us any favors.
End of life care, to make that a gendered issue would be crazy to me, because if anything, I would expect, like, technically, women are always probably going to suffer end of life care, even in a perfect world, because women tend to outlive men anyway, right?
Right.
Women tend to outlive men, and they tend to marry up in age, like 4 to 5 years too. So you're like always setting yourself up to be, yeah.
I guess there's also a stereotype. There's a stereotype that these single childless women also are just like living in these cliques of other single childless women. So in that regard, they'd be much better off than like a single friendless man, because they'd at least have other like found family that they would be able to gain support from too. They're less lonely. I want to.
Right.
Go ahead.
So, but I want to like back to elder abuse. Like this is I mean, I have the information pulled up on another side, but it's common consensus. I say even maybe for the CNC that women are more at risk of elder abuse than males. And I'm not saying that maybe the men aren't being reported or maybe they're not living as long, but women dominate the workforce when it comes to CNAs, and they are low educated, low paid women. I have family members that have been CNAs. I went to college with women who are CNAs. It's not the highest professional status job out there, right? So that's already an issue. It's low education and then low compensation. Aside from that, when they have to choose, like let's say that you just happen to be this sociopathic, malicious CNA, are you going to try to beat down a man or a woman? You're probably going to choose a woman. They're smaller.
An old person, they're both equally beatable, downable.
I'm actually so curious. If you were to do a fight between 70-year-old men and women, yeah.
I can get there if you let me get there, right? No, like older men being strong is true. You can talk to CNAs. They have had like fists thrown at them by not mentally cognizant men, and they land hard. Eventually, yeah, they do get weak, but in comparison to women, there are still such differences in old age, like that old man strength that we joke about. Like it's actually true and real. Y'all probably got neighbors out there that are like trimming their yards that are 90 years old, but like that's not the point. Women are also at risk more so for osteoporosis, Alzheimer's, and dementia. That's what makes them more vulnerable, aside from the sex differences. Those three things, that's going to lead them to be victimized, in my opinion, by low-educated, low-compensated other women. That's the danger. If you don't...
Oh, sorry for anybody that had to fucking hear that, bro. That's life with living with a roommate and living in America right now. Fucking can't afford to live by yourself, but gotta trust somebody, but you can't really trust people because people aren't shit, bro. It's just a simple thing. Pussy shit, bro. I just straight up told me mad long ago, like, yo, bro, I'm not gonna be able to do this. You might want to start making moves or whatever. Be a man about your fucking shit, bro. Kind of hard to want to talk about big brain shit, man. Could be facing eviction in a couple of fucking days. Depending on how life's my landlord wants to fucking be. I'm at the mercy of this fucking dude because this nigga don't know how to fucking do his shit. Okay, people, I gotta find a new home or a roommate. Sounds easier to find a roommate, but it only sounds easier to find a roommate. Well, 7 hours. This is a nice, depressing place to end the stream. Alright, guys. I will check everybody later.